everyone. I can't see you, but I'm so excited to see you. This is actually my first time back in the Bay Area in more than a year. I've been living in England for the past year with my family, and I just could not miss this day. So here I am back for 24 hours, jet lag and all. So hopefully I can deliver this okay in one piece. Before I get started, I just would love to just take a moment to thank the women who've recently come forward so bravely on the record to speak out about the sexual harassment they've faced working in Silicon Valley. I just cannot thank them enough. They're my heroes. Hopefully their actions will cause more women to speak up and help put an end to the discrimination and the harassment that we as women can face working in the startup community. So one more round of applause. So awesome. All right, where am I here? All right, here we go. So last year, if you were here, you'll remember that I spoke about all the problems that can arise in a startup and how to avoid them. And to be honest, I think last year's talk was the best general startup advice I could give you. So if you haven't read it, please go to this link and read it. And even if you have read it, it's worth a reread because these are the type of problems that can get you even when you think you're already watching out for them. So there's the link. Last year, I ended by saying that I want there to be more women founders of the big companies, of the so-called unicorns. And these are the founders who make the most influential role models. And role models are what we need most if we want to encourage more women to start their own companies. In recent years, there's been an increase in the number of women who are starting startups and in the number of women who've raised significant seed and Series A rounds, and this is good. But now we've got to focus on the next target. We need to have more women who are founding billion-dollar startups. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. What it takes to start a startup that's not merely successful, but is massively successful. And I'm not saying everyone has to do this. You don't have to start a startup, and if you do, you don't have to start a Google. But if you do want to start a Google, what does it take? What's the difference between a successful startup and a massively successful startup? And fortunately, I've seen enough of both types at close hand that I can see patterns of differences. So I've made a list of things that I think are different about the unicorns, and there are 9 of them. I want to get this one out of the way from the very start. In addition to having everything else that they need, the unicorns are lucky. And one of the most important kinds of luck is timing. The most successful founders have the right idea at the right time. And you have less control over that than you might think, actually, because the best ideas are not deliberate. They tend to grow organically out of the founders' lives. However, while the most successful founders are all lucky, they're not merely lucky. It's never like they have this great idea and then, boom, a few years later they're a billionaire. Far, far from that. One of the most noticeable differences between founders of the super successful startups and the moderately successful startups is their motives. And in particular, the founders of the super successful startups never are in it mainly to get rich or to seem cool. They're always fanatically interested in what the company is doing. Incidentally, it's perfectly fine to start a startup mainly for the money, but unless your motives change throughout the course of it, it probably won't wind up being one of the big ones. There are multiple reasons why startups do better when the founders are truly interested in the idea. They work harder because they love the work, and their enthusiasm is infectious. They think longer term, And they're much harder for another company to capture with an acquisition offer because they don't actually want to quit. So this one is going to sound really obvious. To be a huge startup, you have to have a huge market. You have to make something that a lot of people will pay for or that people will pay a lot for. And this is one place luck actually has a very big effect because market sizes are impossible to predict. For example, the Airbnbs didn't know how many people would want to stay in other people's homes. All they knew was that enough would to make it an idea that was worth working on. The founders of most successful startups never realize early on how big they're going to get. So our advice at Y Combinator is not even to try to hit a big market early on. Since you can't predict these things, it's better just to work on something you yourself want and then hope that there are lots more people like you. When you describe the biggest startups, most all of them are doing something very basic. Google is how you find information. Facebook is where your friends are. Uber gives you rides. Airbnb gives you somewhere to sleep. I mean, these are all things you could explain in a few words to a 5-year-old. However, don't use this as a test for what to work on, because ideas often start out less general. At first, Facebook wasn't where everyone's friends were. They were where a couple thousand Harvard students were. A site for a couple thousand students at one college doesn't sound like a very promising idea, does it? It may seem promising now because we all know how the story turned out, but at the time, it did not. Almost all the really big startup ideas seemed dubious at first. I know exactly how Airbnb's idea seemed at first because I was one of the people whose job it was to judge it. And I didn't think much of it at the time, to be perfectly honest. And it's not just that these ideas don't seem as big at first as they eventually turn out to be. They seem to most people like bad ideas. You need to be a certain type of person who can work on one of these bad ideas that eventually turns into a good one. You need to be independent-minded. You cannot care what other people think. It's now kind of part of the conventional picture of a successful founder to be a maverick. And that part of the conventional picture is accurate. I can't think of one that I would describe as a conformist. You also have to be ambitious, because what happens with these initially unpromising ideas is that they blossom into terrifyingly big ones. You start a site for college students, and pretty soon you realize you could sign up the whole world if you wanted to. And at this point, most people's reaction is fear. Signing up the whole world seems like a lot of work. And it also seems like a valuable prize, and you have to fight to win those. The fear of big ideas prevents most people from even realizing they could start a site for college students and turn that into a site for the whole world. But a few people are more excited than afraid when this happens. Another thing I notice about the founders of the really huge startups is that I would not want to stand between something they wanted and them. All 100% of them have exceptional drive. But it's not always straightforward to tell how driven someone is. Drive can be suppressed when someone else has authority over you, like in most schools or in a job. And in these situations, people who are really driven may even read as less promising than people who are merely obedient. So not only is it hard for me to tell how driven someone is, people often can't even tell themselves. You can tell after they start a startup, though. No one has authority over you in a startup. Most people find the authority vacuum uncomfortable, but a few people expand into it. And those few people think, this is what life is supposed to be like. Drive by itself is not enough, though. You have to be driven to work on this particular company. In all the really huge startups, the company is at least one of the founders' life's work. So they'd never willingly be acquired, for example. If you sell your life's work, then what are you going to do? Early on, starting a startup is all about the product, but that changes as a startup gets really big. A founder who wants to keep running the company has to become a manager. You don't have to have management ability initially. There's plenty of empirical evidence to show that you can learn this on the job, but you have to be able to learn it, and you probably even have to like it. Designing cool products and managing people are really different things. Most people who like building things dislike the idea of being a manager. You probably know some people like that. It's a rare person who can be great at both. But you have to be if you want to create one of the really big startups. Those are the 9 things, as far as I can tell, that are the differences between startups that are merely successful and the ones that become really big. But they're not just a list. When you put them all together, they make a story of how a unicorn happens. The founders work on something their experience shows them that the world needs. It wouldn't seem like a promising idea to most people, but the founders work on it anyway, partly because they understand the promise of the idea a little bit better, and partly just because they think it's cool. They work on the idea, and they realize they've become even bigger than they had realized. Instead of shrinking from this realization, they embrace it eagerly, and they realize this is what they want to do with their lives, and they're so committed to the company that they're willing to morph themselves into whatever the company needs. There's a lot of variety in startups, but this is the most common path for the really big ones. So remember, you don't have to start a startup, and if you do, it doesn't have to be a unicorn. But if you do, this is probably what it's going to look like. An unpromising idea that blossoms into a frighteningly big one, and the driven founders who see the opportunity and run with it. And I'm hoping that there are some of you in this audience who hear this description and think to themselves, oh my gosh, it's like she's describing me. The people on the path to becoming huge don't usually realize it themselves early on. But I'm hoping if I can encourage even a few of you to keep going, then when you're successful, your example will encourage more new women to start their own companies. And yes, this is a very long-term plan, but after all, it's my life's work. So thank you. Again, I'm just so happy you're all here today and so excited to hear the talks. The next speaker I'd like to introduce is Avni Patel Thompson. She is the founder and CEO of Poppy. They are on-demand childcare. Notice I said that in 5 words or less. So she went through Y Combinator in the winter of 2006, and she is here to tell us all about her story. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Oh, this is really bright. I'm so excited to be here today. My name is Avni. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Poppy. We're building the modern village by connecting vetted caregivers to families when they need childcare. I started Poppy not because I'm an expert in the field or because I have a deep passion for childcare. I started Poppy for two people, these two. The older is my daughter Saya, and the younger is my daughter Arya. I was so tired of feeling panicked and anxious every time I wasn't 1,000% sure of who was taking care of my girls. And I couldn't believe that so many of us are dealing with this every single week. And then I couldn't believe that all the amazing people that are taking care of our kids, they need more recognition and opportunities. So I decided to build it with Poppy. We're serving thousands of families in Seattle right now, and it's an incredible thing to be a part of, especially because Poppy almost didn't exist. One of the reasons I'm so excited to be here today is because 2 years ago, I sat in your seats. At the 2015 FFC, I sat there and I listened to all these incredible women telling their stories about bold visions and amazing companies, and I desperately wanted to be like them. Only in that moment, nothing seemed further from reality. I was in the middle of shutting down my first startup after spending years working on it and sinking thousands of my own personal dollars into it. I was so ready to give up and just head back to my successful career in brand management. Only this afternoon just inspired me so much, and I headed back, and I decided to give it another shot. But not only that, I set a goal, and this is a little bit crazy, but this is my journal from that night. And I said, crazily, in 2017, I want to be on that stage giving the talk instead of sitting in the audience. Thank you. So when Kat sent me this email asking me to be one of the speakers, you'll notice the date, and it says April 30th. I was so honored, obviously, because this was a goal, and it was just one of the biggest parts of my story to actually try again. But the other crazy kind of ironic part was that she had sent me a different kind of email 2 years earlier. And this one was when she told me, and she crushed my dreams, and she told me that YC wasn't going to be funding Poppy. And so this is the story I want to tell you a little bit about today. What happened between my first failed startup and Poppy, which is funded and growing today, and what happened between Kat's first email and then me standing in front of you today. My hope is that maybe you'll learn a little bit from my mistakes, but I hope that in hearing my journey, you'll be able to connect it to yours and figure out a way to start and then just keep going. So my startup journey starts about 5 years ago. I had my first daughter, and I was struggling to figure out a way how to pass on my rich Indian heritage and the traditions onto my girls. A friend and I started talking, and we thought, well, we could figure out a solution to this. It was it was about 2012, so subscription boxes were all the rage. And so we thought, well, if we just curate something, it could do with culture, and it would have language and food and all these amazing things, why couldn't we do that? And so we worked on it. We worked on it on the side while we still kept our jobs, and we built business plans and financial models for 2 years. We worked on it on the side. Then finally, in March 2014, we both decided we were going to quit our jobs and work on this full time. It felt incredible, but at the beginning, it was, what are we going to focus on? Well, I'd heard all of these things about MVPs and working on product and getting it out, and so we worked on the product, and we thought about what we would want to have in this box. And we figured it out in 3 months. We were able to put this beautiful curated box together of things that we thought were going to solve the problem because that's what we wanted. And we thought that was exactly what you were supposed to do. So in June, we launched, and it felt incredible. We had friends and family, everyone texting us and emailing us and saying, oh, wow, this looks amazing. We even had a bunch of orders. And so we thought, this is amazing. A few weeks go on, and the orders start to trickle. A little bit, they slow. And we're like, it's a little bit concerning, but we think, that's probably just because we don't have enough products. So let's work on more products and get them into the shop. So we work on that. Now it's the fall, and we're quickly running out of money. We had both invested about $20,000 of our own savings, and we had figured if we launched, then we'll just be able to raise money then, and it'll all be wonderful. That wasn't the case, and we were quickly running out of money. We decided to try everything we possibly could. We did Facebook campaigns, we did Google AdWords campaigns, we even went and partnered with some of the best brands out there, like the Tea Collection, just trying to figure out how we could kickstart growth and get people to buy this amazing box that we had done. After the holidays, it became clear that it wasn't working. The cost of acquiring these niche customers was just way too high, and it didn't make sense for the 1 or 2 boxes that they were buying. So we made the hard but right decision to shut it down. I don't think we talk about this enough, but this was some of the hardest times of my life. I felt like a failure. I felt like I let everyone down, including myself. And I had lost money that our family could use for the mortgage and the nanny and college funds. And I couldn't really see my way forward. The worst part was that I didn't know why I failed. I think it's one thing to make a wrong decision or a wrong turn, but I think it's another thing to not learn from it. And so where do you go when you need to figure something out? The internet. I started reading everything I could about how to start a startup or how do successful startups do this. And I came across a whole slew of Paul Graham's essays and how to start a startup from YC. And I devoured everything. And I started to realize just some of the ways that I might have been thinking about this in a little bit of the wrong way. Instead of following your passion, this whole concept of living in the future and building what's missing. This whole idea of talking to your users instead of other folks and just using that to build your product. And then I love this one, but just finding the 100 people that really loved what you were doing versus focusing on everybody else that were out there. And then the simplest but hardest one, I think, was just grow 10%. Every single week, just grow. Based on this, I thought, you know what? This is the blueprint that I've been missing the whole time, and I wanted to try again. By this time, I'd come to the Female Founder Conference, and I was so inspired, and I decided I needed to try again. So I started talking to parents that had bought some of our boxes, parents that were just in the neighborhood. I talked to them, and I asked them, if Papaya and Post, if this box is not what you need, and it's not solving a big problem, then what are some of the big problems in your life? I think you'll find if you've ever worked on a product that people just don't really need, you have this real intense drive to then work on something that everybody needs. And so the topic just kept on coming back to childcare. And I couldn't believe it because, I lived that. With 2 careers and 2 kids and no family in town, like my husband and I would just wake up every morning and hope we didn't have to do the calendar shuffle. You know the thing where your nanny texts at 7 a.m. says, "I'm sick," and then you and your husband pull out your phones and say, "Okay, if I can move this meeting, I'll take the morning, and you can cancel that, and I'll take the afternoon." And it sucked. And the fact that so many of us were doing this, for me, it just caught my curiosity. And I wanted to figure out what would it take to fix it. And sure, this is one of the most crowded categories you can find out there. And so I had a lot of people saying, "Are you sure this is what you want to be looking into?" But for me, it was that if it was solved, if all of these people were doing it, then we wouldn't have such pain over here. And as I started talking to different people, I realized that the thing that they didn't need was a parent connecting to a sitter. The thing that wasn't being said was that we were all missing our village. Everyone says it takes a village to raise a child. But with all of us moving around for our careers and our jobs, we're all missing our village. And so I thought, well, how do you recreate something so human and so emotional as village with something so rational as data and code? Well, I found my undergraduate degree in chemistry coming back to me, and I broke it down into a tidy equation. I thought, if village is a function of trust, someone you trust, is a fit for your family, and is available when you need them to be, then could I approximate it with something that provides vetting, a matching algorithm of some sort, and then a scheduling mechanism? It started to come all together in my head, and I could see how this could be a beautiful app. There's only one problem. I wasn't then, and I'm not now, a programmer. And I really struggled for weeks. I tried to figure out, how can I build this without a programmer? I'd spent the $20,000 that I had devoted to startups, and I had about $200 left in my business bank account. Not enough, by the way, to pay a programmer to build you an app. And so I was about to give up because, what are you supposed to do? And in the dark of putting my 5-month-old to sleep, it takes a long time, there's a lot of time to think, it came to me, SMS. Why couldn't I use SMS? Because parents and sitters are already using texting, and so why couldn't I use that to approximate the experience? So I sat down, and I wrote out the whole flow. And I tried to figure out if I could somehow approximate the experience using already available tools, and tools that were either free or had free 4-week trial periods, so I could stretch my $200 for just a 4-week test to see if I was onto something. So this is my tech stack. I had a landing page on Squarespace, signups and feedbacks and forms were done through Typeform, Stripe handled the payments, I did scheduling via Google Calendar, communication with SMS, and my database was Excel. So I could see how all of this was going to come together. I got to work finding and vetting 3 University of Washington students. And I found 15 families in my local neighborhood on a posting board that was just posted about needing childcare. I sent them an email and I just said, hey, I know you need childcare. I've got these 3 amazing people. If you need someone this week, just text this phone number. And I gave them my personal phone number. That day, I got my first booking. And that week, I got my first 4. Every single week, I just set the goal to see if I could just grow 10 or 20%. Well, that next week, instead of just 5, I hit 6. The week after, 7. The week after, 10. I was blowing past these 10, 20% a week goals. And I can't tell you how different that felt versus my first startup, and the whole time I was trying to push this boulder up the hill. And this one, it was just parents were telling other parents, and it wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination, but it just felt different. At the end of the 4 weeks, as luck would have it, YC was accepting applications for their summer 15 batch. And so I thought, what the hell? I'm going to apply. Because I knew I was early. I knew I didn't have a co-founder and a team, but I also knew that I was building something that people wanted. So I applied. And truth be told, I didn't put a lot of hope into it. Because I'd applied for my first startup, I'd spent weeks writing the perfect application, and I didn't even get an interview. I'd also heard that YC was the place for that 23-year-old white programmer, which clearly I'm not. But still, I applied because I believed in the truths that I'd read in some of those essays. So imagine my shock when I got invited down for an interview. I excitedly got all ready and went down for my 10-minute chance, and I sold my heart out to Kat, Kevin, and Aaron. Nonetheless, at the end of the day, I had this email waiting for me in my inbox. And I'd be lying if I didn't say I was disappointed. But the next day I woke up and I decided to focus on that last paragraph, the one that said, "We would love to see you reapply next batch." And I focused on 2 things. One, they thought I was onto something, and that if I just showed more growth and brought a team on, that I could reapply. And the second thing was, regardless of what YC thought or said, I had a growing company and I had customers to serve. So I got to work. I pretended as if I got into YC anyways. And I set myself the goal to just grow by 10 to 20% every single week for that whole summer. Parents would text my phone number and ask me, hey, is someone available tomorrow from noon to 4? I would consult my high-tech day planner. And I'd see who's available, and I'd text the sitter, and then I'd text the parent back. And if you want to know what my first product looked like, I'm almost embarrassed to show this, but if you can see in the left-hand margin, the numbers that are circled, that was my goal. So every single time I hit the goal, and in the boxes were all the bookings. I don't remember what the color coding was now. This was crazy. But this was all I needed to get this up and off the ground. And then I started to outgrow the day planner. Shocking, I know. And so I moved on to Excel. Again, it was super simple, and it was just enough to get the job done. By now, I knew that we were continuing to grow, and I knew that I had to find that technical partner to help me build this. But it's not as easy as it might sound, and I'm sure there's some of you out there that are, struggling with the same thing about how to find that perfect co-founder. There's a reason that YC says not to start working with someone that you've just met. You're trying to find someone that is a good complement for you and is a good fit with your personality, somebody who has the right experience and can have a passion for the mission, and then finally can be a partner in the trenches through the ups and downs. It's a pretty tall order. So I talked to everyone. I asked for every single intro to any engineer. I talked to tens, hundreds of people, and still nothing. By now it was about August, and I was exceeding my ability to just do all this on my own. And the crazy, ironic thing was I was about to grow my company to death. I couldn't handle anymore. And so I doubled down, and I kept on asking people for more intros. Finally, through a friend of a friend of a friend, I finally met Richard. And when I met him, what struck me was that our backgrounds were really different. But the thing that connected us was that we had both spent our career in pursuing the things that made us curious. He had done really interesting but different things. He'd worked on a social media company, a dating app, and a Bitcoin gambling company, which I know what you're thinking is the perfect match for my wholesome family company. But when I started talking to him, there was just a fit. It was just easy. We would just connect on what the vision was and how this could all be built. And it wasn't until later that I actually realized his experience was just perfect. What is Poppy if not building community? And when there's a matching algorithm involved, and we're definitely taking payments. But in those early days, it was really just a leap of faith. And all of this is just a leap of faith. So we decided to just work together for 6 weeks, just like a project, and see how it would go. He built the first version of our platform in a way that was just more nuanced and more sophisticated than I could have even imagined. And in that, I found a partner to be able to build Poppy. In October, we decided to make it official. We even hired our first employee, Sarah. She actually comes from the childcare industry. And so she was tasked with the most important part of our company, which is finding those really amazing caregivers, where they are, what kind of experience they have, what kind of vetting needs to be done. So she came on and joined the team. I'd always thought of Poppy as sort of a 3-part thing. There's a parent side, there's a sitter side, and then there's the tech that connects it between it. We now had the team. Finally, I felt like we were getting some momentum. We had the team. We had the ability to build the platform. Now, though, we didn't have any money. I couldn't believe I was in this position again. This time, we had payroll, and we had just the regular expenses of a growing company, and we needed cash. As luck would have it, YC's Winter 16 application was just open, and so we reapplied. And this time, the application basically wrote itself. I mean, we had done everything that YC had asked us to do. And more than that, we had just pretended as if we had done YC. And we just continued to grow. We had even more users that loved what we were doing. And we had the team. So we were so excited when we again got the chance to interview. Richard and I practiced all the questions, and we made our way down to Mountain View. I knew that the hardest part of our application was the fact that we had only worked together for 3 months. So I was prepared for those questions. What I wasn't prepared for, though, was that as we were walking in to register for the interviews, in behind us walked the founders of our key competition. I walked into the restroom to just gather myself, and I thought, we had just come too far to just quit. And I thought, if I was going to go down, I was going to go down swinging. So we got in there, and we just told the partners about Poppy, about what we were building, about what we saw, about our growth, about how our users just loved what we were building and needed it, and then about our team and how we were the perfect people to build this. We walked out, and I didn't know how it was going to go, but I knew that we had given it our all. I hopped on a plane because I had to get back, and I checked my email like a lunatic, just waiting for that inevitable rejection email. By the time I got home, it was just gotten time for bedtime, and I figured, you know what will be, will be. And I got ready to just get my kids ready and with their pajamas. And I heard the phone ring. YC wanted to fund us. I didn't really hear the rest, but it was a stay of execution. I knew that we had bought the time to be able to figure out the next thing. And as luck and hard work would have it, a seed VC firm in Seattle also decided to fund us. So the week before heading into YC, that was the bank balance in my business banking account. And my brother, over the holidays, asked me, why weren't you more happy, excited, celebratory? And it didn't hit me then that the money is not something to be celebrating. It was more relief, because the money buys us time, and time to run those valuable kind of experiments and to be able to figure out the next thing. So we started YC. And even when you find reprieves, they're only temporary. So we just focused on putting our heads down and just continuing to grow. I talked to the users and parents, and Sarah just kept the great caregivers coming, and Richard just built the product. Slowly by slowly, we kept on growing. By demo day, sure, we had the really nice growth curve, but more importantly, woven into our company's DNA, we had this really nice 2-week drumbeat of building and then hitting a goal, building and then hitting a goal. Our company still has that drumbeat. We still use that loop, that 2-week loop of building and advancing. We closed our seed round shortly after demo day, a little bit over $2 million, and we came back to Seattle in May. And we moved into our first official offices. And I remember being just so grateful that after all of that, we now had this incredible team, and we had the money, and most importantly, we had the time to be able to just work on Poppy and prove what it could be. So, is it all roses now? Definitely not. Every day, our job is to build something that people want, as measured by our growth. Every day, we're working on just growing the company and putting our heads down. Even now, there's things that we're working on that I can't see how it's going to all work out. But I know that if we return to our roots of talking to our users and starting with just something really small and then iterating our way forward, we're going to figure it out. So I wanted to leave you with the 5 lessons that I've learned between my first startup and my second. The first is, when you're just getting started, you're trying to figure out, is this an idea I should be working on? And I think you should ask yourself whether it's passion driving you or curiosity and frustration. The tricky thing about passion is that it can make you confident. It can make you feel like you know the answer. But with curiosity, it keeps you humble and it keeps you asking the questions. And frustration just gives you the motivation to get going. In the beginning, being a founder, as I'm sure so many of you guys know, is lonely. You need to talk to people. But just which people? In the very beginning, because we were both first-time founders, we thought, you know what, we're going to talk to the experts. We're going to talk to advisors and investors and people who have been in the startup space. Here's the thing. You're trying to do something that's never been done before. There are no experts. The only way you can do this is by talking to your users and then iterating your way forward, inching forward. Product. I've talked about this, but I can't emphasize it enough. Building a startup is not about building a product, it's about solving a problem. So the product can be far from pretty and definitely far from perfect. It just needs to be the thing that can solve the problem. When it comes to funding, I think I approached my first startup a little bit more like my big company days. I thought of it like a budget to spend. So it wasn't really a shock when we ran out of money relatively quickly. I now know that the money is just this valuable time to run these experiments. These experiments are hopefully so that you figure out a way to get to either profitability or to showing the things that you need to be able to raise that next round and get to that next level. The last thing is about focus. As founders, I think this is the hardest thing. What do I focus my time on? In the early days with my first startup, I thought it was all about product launches, and there was something tangible, and I could do that. But I've since realized that it's all about growth. You need to pick that one metric that is just so important for your company, and then decide to grow it just consistently week by week. For my company, that's bookings filled. If we are growing our bookings filled number, then we're doing our job. That means we're bringing on more great sitters, and we've got a lot of great families, and we're connecting them together really effectively. So pick your one number and choose to grow it consistently. The thing that I want to end with is that I think you guys as founders have two really important jobs. The first is to start, and the second is to keep going. I know how hard it is to start, and then stop, and then start again. And I know how daunting it can be. But my challenge to you, if you haven't started, can you find a 4-week period this summer and just commit, just try to launch something and see if you can grow it by 10, 20% every single week. The second is to keep going. I applied to YC 3 times before getting in. Poppy is my second startup. I am standing here on this stage because every morning I choose to be a founder. I choose to keep going. And I know for so many of you, you might be in a place that you're not sure whether you can just keep going, and there's just so much adversity, and there's so many setbacks. But part of it is on you to figure out how can you just keep going. And part of that makes that easier is you have to find your people. I definitely would not be here today if not for my incredible team that has devoted their days to join me in this journey, to build this thing. But for me personally, it's also about my family, my husband, my kids, my parents, and our incredible nanny. For me, they're the ones that enable me to create the space for me to be the founder that I need to be. So if you guys are anywhere in the similar situation, you need to find your people and build your own village so that you can create the space to be the founder and keep going. It's been an incredible 3-year journey so far. And if there's one thing that I know for sure, it's that the world needs more female founders. Two years ago, I sat in your seats with nothing more than a desire to be a founder. There's nothing special about me, and I am proof that if you set a goal and you start and you choose to keep going, then you'll figure it out. Thank you.
Do I come with you?
What's that?
Am I coming with you?
Yeah, please.
Hi, guys.
Hi. I am Amy Beekler from Y Combinator, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Emily Weiss here. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. It's so good to see everybody.
So, Emily, you founded 2 brands that have a pretty beautiful symbiotic relationship. Your first was Into the Glass, which began as a beauty-focused blog in 2010 as a side project when you were a fashion assistant at Vogue. And you later used the audience and the content that you built there to launch Glossier in 2014. And Glossier is a direct-to-consumer beauty brand with a stunning line of products, which basically power the external appearance of all women who work at Y Combinator. So thank you so much for making us all feel beautiful every single day. So you've said that both Into the Gloss and Glossier focus on beauty as an element of personal style and celebrate women sharing their own makeup reviews, product recommendations, and beauty routines with one another. And Into the Gloss now attracts nearly 1.5 million unique visitors every month. So something that you're doing is really resonating with women. How did you first identify that women needed a platform to have these kinds of conversations?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the one common thread that still motivates all of us at Glossier today, and we're 95 people in Soho in New York. We're actually 77% women. We have over 40% female tech team. And also, just before I dive right into it, I walked in here when you guys were all like lining up around the front, and at first it was actually, unfortunately, probably all the women in San Francisco. I feel like are all in this audience. So like, God forbid something happens, like we're all human race is gonna like. But no, it's really cool. I mean, I go to a lot of these things, as I'm sure many of you do, and to see like just the whole thing flipped and the energy in here is just so awesome. So it's great to be here. But the conversation around beauty, it's a really interesting time to be in, not just in startups and in technology, but in beauty. And beauty is something that, when I was pitching by myself, our seed round, like back in 2013, beauty was not, this like hot thing that it is right now. Like I had meetings with like a couple of venture capitalists yesterday, and like, and it's a good time to be in beauty. But I think the reason why is because beauty is this great conduit. So you asked like, how did I recognize that there should be this platform? Beauty is this great kind of like activator for women to connect with each other and share with each other and to really develop and hone a voice. And that might sound silly, but everybody has something to share about beauty, right? Like I remember this woman, Jean Godfrey June. She was the beauty editor at Lucky magazine for a really long time. And when I interviewed her, she was like, beauty is this like great connect equalizer like among women. You can be, like meeting someone for the first time, really nervous, but if you're like, oh, I love your lip gloss, like what color is that? Like, you're like, oh, I love this lip gloss. I have like 10 of them, been wearing it for 10 years. So everyone has something to say. So I think it's a really cool time to be in beauty because technology has just completely upended the traditional paradigm of like brand to customer, kind of like these, mega brands who have this perfect look and this whole range of products, and you have to sit down at a counter and they do your whole face and then they make you guilt trip you into buying all the products, and they expect that those are the only products you'll ever have in your bathroom, and really you've got like an assortment. And so I think it's really cool that right now you should be encouraged to be your own curator of your own life in every arena, whether that's what food you're eating or what blender you're buying. Like I always use the blender analogy that if you're gonna buy like a Vitamix on Amazon, I'm never gonna read what Vitamix has to say about it. I'm gonna go straight to like the stars and the reviews and everything. And that's really cool that like commerce is being so democratized, and beauty is just another category where it's all about the woman electing brands and electing her products and, searching for the best. And I think Into the Gloss is really just a reaction of that and sort of an aggregator and like a instigator of that behavior.
Yeah, Glossier is really well known now for listening to customer feedback in your product development cycle. And essentially now, anyone on your team can put a blog post up on Into the Gloss saying, we have this brand new product idea. What are your opinions? What do you all want? How would you describe the most ideal texture or fragrance or shade or price point? And how do you know whose opinions to listen to? I don't know, how do you listen to your gut? What is that like for you?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, traditionally, I'm not sure how beauty brands arrived at what products to make, but for us, there's really only one logical conclusion, which is like, talk to people, whether that's, I have my opinions about products that I like, but having interviewed, hundreds of the most influential women from, politics to art to fashion to, girls on the street who have like cool pink hair color, and you want to know why. I have certainly like a lot of opinions, but what's really more interesting is again that like just having a lot of conversations, and what's better than, posting something on Instagram and within like 20 minutes having 1,000 responses about, whether that red lipstick that we're working on is like skewing a little too blue or a little too red. And, you've got everyone from like a girl in her bedroom in Ohio with 200 followers to like Makeup by Mario, who's like Kim Kardashian's makeup artist who has like, 10 million followers, writing like, I think it's a little blue. So, I mean, someone's paying him like a lot of money to like give that feedback, but he's giving it to us for free on our Instagram. So I think it's nice that you can kind of sift through that, and it's really an art and more of an art than a science. Like, we don't one-for-one crowdsource. We don't say like, tell us exactly what to make and we'll shade match it and we'll send it to you. We really kind of combine our editorial background as beauty editors with hearing 30% of those people saying it's too blue, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's a little too blue.
Was there ever a time when sort of the beauty hive mind was incorrect and you followed an opinion that in fact turned out to be wrong?
I mean, beauty's so subjective. We were just debating this backstage. We got into a big fight over mascara because I was like, nobody needs a mascara. And she was like, hold on. Like,
No.
I really need one. But,
people-
you're not talking about like, underwear. It's like you can skip mascara. So you can't be right or, you can't be like right or wrong. So we haven't been like led astray, but we've definitely had to make some tough calls. Like, when we were making our priming moisturizer Rich, a bunch of respondents said, oh, we really want it in a pump instead of a jar. But when we worked with our chemist and developed this formula that included a lot of their responses about ingredients, we realized we couldn't fit the product into a pump. It wouldn't come out. So we had to go the jar route, and then we explained to everyone, this is why it's not in a jar, and and now it's one of our best-selling products. So I think it's just about that transparency with the customer, and like really letting people know that we're indexing on quality, like always, above everything else, and I think that goes a long way.
Yeah. What have Into the Gloss and Glossier taught you about women in beauty over the past 7 years?
So much. I mean, again, I think personally, I love products. I mean, I grew up really liking like Stila and like, a lot of beauty products and trying a bunch of stuff. But beauty pre-Instagram, pre-YouTube, really YouTube, it's like the number 1 or 2 category after like tech unboxing or unboxing of other things, which I didn't know.
Not intuitive.
But I think pre that, it was really this very solitary endeavor. Like, it's you in the morning, kind of like just you by yourself, like doing your thing. And now it's such a connected, like shared activity, or knowledge resource. But the one thing that I think overarchingly has been interesting is the number of women who, like, I start the sentence, when I'm like, when I used to do these interviews in their bathrooms, and I'd be like, hey, can I come over and like, rifle through your medicine cabinet and, ask you about your beauty routine? And you'd have these really powerful women from like, Ariana Huffington to like Jenna Lyons being like, oh, me? Like, no, I'm really low maintenance. And I'd have to be like, well, like, really? I mean, okay, like, let's talk about it. What does that mean for you? Can I come over? And then you go there and you open the cabinet, it's like flowing. It's like there's so many products. And so I'm like, why is there this weird like beauty shaming kind of like deeply ingrained thing where you have to be like, oh, like, like, no, I don't really, like, me, beauty, what? And I think that's really like funny, and I think it's because we're made to feel so much like we don't know, like we can't have these opinions, like there's some brand or makeup artist or someone somewhere who like knows way more about you, and also if you like product, then that means you're not just waking up naturally just looking beautiful. You're actually using many things, and that's kind of like frowned on by society. So I think there's a lot of cool like anthropological like things around beauty that are getting unpacked now, thanks to things like Glossier and Into the Gloss and YouTube.
And I'm curious about those interviews that you conducted, because as you're saying, you are asking really high-profile, powerful women to you're asking them to let you into their house, like into their bathroom with them. And essentially, those interviews created a really beautifully detailed snapshot of that woman's relationship with themselves, that, as you mentioned, is usually a secret. Maybe only a significant other or a really close family member might know what that woman does to take care of herself. And when you were first starting out, how, other than pestering them, it sounds like, did you sort of get to the yes?
I mean, asking is something I've always, for better or for worse, like I just always do it. So I'm not very self-conscious about like putting myself out there and getting rejected. And we still get turned down. I mean, I'm personally not doing the interviews anymore, but we get, turned down all the time. I think, especially where technology is right now and social media is, it's a double-edged sword, this idea that everyone can start something, right? And you're all here because I'm sure you're many entrepreneurs, and I think just like a product of quality it really speaks for itself. So I think when you're trying to get that yes, I mean, for us a lot of it was like, look at this art, look at this, here's a link to something we did with this person, like here's you will also look and sound like hopefully there'll be something you'll be proud of if you do this. And so I think quality really begets quality, and again, in this kind of like fast fashion age where everyone can like put up an Instagram in like 10 seconds and you can really make a lot of content quickly, I think that kind of like premium attention to detail content or product just goes a long way.
You've spoken a bit about how Glossier is really reinventing the traditional beauty experience. Can you describe that and explain how you plan to transform it?
Yeah, so we're really a pretty young company. It's like 2.5 years old, almost 3 years old in October. We are purely direct to consumer, so all sold through Glossier.com, and have many hundreds of thousands of customers now in the United States, and soon internationally. We're launching in October in the fall. And actually, my business partner and I, Henry, he's our president and COO. He came from Index Ventures in London, and we've worked together since launching. And it was funny because we were doing our board deck yesterday. We were in town for a board meeting, and he's always said, and we've kind of always said, sometimes you just say things over and over, and then you wake up, sometimes you say it and you're like, wait, that's not true. He said us being direct to consumer is the value proposition to the customer. And I was like, I know we always say that, but like she doesn't care that she's getting it like directly from us. That's not like the value proposition. Like maybe she even wants to just go get it right, at Sephora like the next day. But what is, really interesting about how we're reinventing the beauty experience is that relationship she feels with Glossier, because we have such a direct one-to-one connection with her. So we have everyone's emails. We're able to, offer special like access to things, promotions to things. We're able to make replenishment easier. We're able to ask her specific questions about what product she wants, all of which, a brand that's sold through Sephora or sold at the drugstore is unable to do because they don't know you. They don't have any of your data, and they can't make that experience really special for you. So I think, that's kind of the business case, but the impact case, which is why those 77% female employees are all doing this, is the impact with Glossier is that I was doing all these beauty interviews, and I was realizing that there was this big disconnect between like the affinity for the beauty brand and the actual product. So you might say, for example, like I really love Maybelline Great Lash, but like, do you really have a relationship to Maybelline? Like, do you like ascribe to their set of values? Do you like understand like, where they came from, or like what they're up to, like in the background? And so I thought there was just this great opportunity really to have this super connected, really modern brand in every sense of the word. So, I guess we've reinvented it in the sense of direct-to-consumer online, but we also are, going into like our own retail, and we have a showroom in New York that's more like an art gallery or like a clubhouse than it is like a, Sephora. There's actually barely any product in it. We have 22 products, so, it's few and far between, and it's become this meeting place for women to actually like meet up before brunch, or like, help each other kind of pick their shade, and there's like almost little need for actual salespeople. So I think the opportunity to think about like what is beauty offline, and kind of like, I think that's really interesting too, how it can bring women together.
Yeah, sort of in listening to you speak, it sounds like your starting point was having women create a relationship with themselves. Then you're sort of sharing that outward with other women. Mm-hmm. And there's sort of this big question is like, how do you scale that relationship that you have with your clients, that they have with one another? Mm-hmm. And I've heard you name a couple things, but just like, how do you think about that? Because it's such an intimate thing that you're hoping to scale to the masses?
Yeah,
all over the
so we
world?
think about it all the time, and like my head of comms will kill me because I'm gonna say something really weird right now. But like I think about it a little bit like how are like religions scaled, right? Like we always say about Glossier, like it's the first beauty lifestyle brand, and the reason we say that is because not only are we like addressing like multiple categories and kind of like maybe there'll be a Glossier deodorant. Maybe there'll be like a Glossier lip, I don't know, tampon. Like it's our customers want kind of they trust us and they really want like the Glossier version of X. But the other thing is, you're interacting with, engaging with Glossier throughout the day in ways that you choose. So it's like, okay, I want to follow on Instagram. Okay, I want like X number of emails. Okay, or you're just like, just shut up and give me my moisturizer, and I like don't want to talk to you. But in how you scale that, like, technology certainly helps, but I think like every woman can have whatever relationship she wants, like with Glossier, and whether that's like stickers on the back of her phone to remind her like throughout the day, like she likes this like brand, or whether she wants to come every Saturday to like our showroom. I think it's up to her to like really decide like how involved she wants to be in the brand and in the building of the brand. And I think that's what's really interesting too in terms of the relationship. It's like the relationship to the customer in terms of creating brands, I think, is going to be beyond just Glossier and beauty, like something that most of the great next generation, like, CPG companies are going to be built around this notion of like these relationships with customers and this real like two-way street.
Late last year, you raised a $24 million Series B. Late congrats on that. How are you planning to take over the world with that? What's your game plan?
Actually, we're planning on keeping it all in the bank. Like literally, I looked at our balance sheet
answer?
yesterday, and it like was all there. And I was like, this is good. We've been really conservative, actually. So we've raised. I guess probably like 40-something million, but we were actually like accidentally profitable a couple months last year, which was like cool to see. I don't know if we should clap or not. That's the other thing. I'm like, is that good? And my partner's like, well, it depends. Like we could always like spend more on marketing. Like so. I went to art school, by the way, so I did not go to business school. But to the point of someone on stage before, like that curiosity is really important, right? That kind of like naivete of being like, like explain this to me. That's served us well. But in terms of what we're doing with the money, we're really lucky. We've had 600% growth in the last 12 months, 600% growth the year before that. And it's really been a result of two things. I would say like incredible focus and discipline. We say no to way more things than we say yes to. That's really hard, especially because we could put ourselves in a Sephora, tomorrow and probably like 4x revenue. But I don't know that would really help us achieve the long-term impact we want. In women's lives. And the other thing that's really driven that has had nothing to do with the money we've raised. 79% of our growth last year was all based on peer-to-peer recommendations. So it's not through paid, it's not through like an acquisition, machine. It's just been through women telling each other how much they love our products, and for that we're really grateful. So we're investing much more in community efforts, much more in a little bit in offline, but really just on continuing to make amazing product that people want to talk about.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that you said is that you're opening some retail, and that's super exciting. And when you think about the Glossier retail experience, in your own mind, what is your fantasy of that like? What do you want it to look like in a dream Emily world?
That's a really scary question, because I want like birds and like candy. We just had a kickoff meeting about this, and I referenced Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory and like the wallpaper that you can lick. So I'm not saying we should have lickable wallpaper, but I like the excitement and the energy of like going into something that's like this mecca and this kind of like, because who needs stores anymore? Like why are you opening like an offline like store if you can just order it and it'll get there in an hour or like the next day? Like truly, like that is the question we should all be asking ourselves, because if we really take a hard look and think about like, what you're doing in shopping this weekend, it should be cool. Like, it shouldn't just be about like procuring,
There should be more birds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be birds, but I think it should be more, it's much more experiential. And so I think more about hospitality than I do about like, sales per square foot.
Yeah, for sure. When you think about the beauty space, what is it that sort of makes you the most energized thinking about the future? What are you most looking forward to?
I'm most looking forward to the customer just like always being right. I think it's so cool, and she's always been right, and that's why that phrase exists. But I think the phrase has never been truer than it is today. So it's actually not even from like the CEO founder perspective, but just from like a consumer perspective, like how cool that there are so many options, but more importantly, because there's always been so many options, that's been the problem, like there's too many options. More importantly, it's like there's just so much great information, there's so many ways to cut through those options, there's like, so many ways to connect. If you want to know how to do a black cat eye, you can find like, 50,000 videos in like 10 minutes on how to do that. So I love that the power dynamics in beauty have just completely shifted, and I think they're going to shift more and more and more. And maybe it's like some weird anarchist streak that like I didn't know I have it. I just think it's really cool that women are really like the authors of their own lives when it comes to beauty and many other things.
Around the time that you first launched Glossier, right, you were sort of launching into a hardware space, like a company that had now a physical product, which is traditionally very difficult. Was there ever a time that you thought you wouldn't make it? That it was the wrong thing? What am I doing here?
I don't think so. And that's not to say that I was not. So you asked two questions, like, is it wrong? Is it the wrong thing? Never. Always knew it was the right thing. Would we not make it? Like, sure. I mean, there's a million things, we like scraped by for. I mean, Into the Gloss was totally bootstrapped. I spent like $700 of like my own money to, get it off the ground, and then we just relied on advertiser dollars. And you don't know when. It was basically like freelancing. You don't know when the next thing is going to come through. And of course, when we first launched Glossier, we pressed, I'm not an engineer, but whenever the site went live, I don't know what we pressed. It was 6 in the morning, and like we didn't know who was gonna come or if anyone was gonna order anything. Like we didn't start with a wait list. There were no pre-sales. Like it was just like, it's on, does anybody want it? So there's definitely been like those moments. So yeah, it's been scary, but you just keep going. Like there's no other option. I don't know what I would be doing if I weren't doing this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
What has it been like for you, sort of your evolution as a manager and a CEO? What has that been like?
That's a great question. Presentation right before was saying, so she was saying, sometimes the best creators are not the best managers. I'm not a good manager, but I'm a very good hirer. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Hirer. And it's because I love people, and I really believe in women, and I really believe in people, and I love when women, especially, like really surprise themselves. Yeah, and so my job changes every, I would say like 3 months as a CEO. Like I really go focus on something else. So, for example, the next like 3 months, I'm going to be really focused on opening our European headquarters in London, and I'll be, over there all the time. But as of now, and probably for the last 12 months, I've spent over 50% of my day on HR, people, and hiring. So that's everything from interviewing every single new employee from intern level to COO level, to taking people out for coffee. I have probably 3 to 4 job interviews a day and 1 to 2 coffees a day with different members of our team, from associate level, graphic designers to our senior engineers in tech, and I think that's just really important. Like I sit with everybody. Like sometimes I say I'm like the mom in Mean Girls who comes in. She's like, "You kids need anything? Condoms?" Like, and they're all like, "We're good. Like, leave us alone." But I think it's good to some of the best. there's no like hierarchy in ideas, you know? So you can be an intern and have some great observation about, you know, workflow management, and your idea really needs to be listened to. And the other thing I would say we do really well at Glossier, and I don't take credit for this is really like ingrained in our culture, is we take big bets on people. So like our SVP of marketing, Ali Weiss, no relation, although I always wish there were, because she's really smart. She graduated HBS like 2 years ago and had never worked in marketing. But given the nature of marketing today and how quickly it's evolving, and you know, the playbook, people with playbooks, it's not so much about a playbook, right? You have to say like what matters right now, like what matters today and what matters for your product and your company, and which social channel matters and which social channels don't matter. And Ali had never done marketing, but now she's, you know, our SVP of marketing, and she's crushing it. So we take really big bets on people, and I think, given especially in fields like marketing, you know, it's changing so much that experience is, you know, sometimes not even the most important indicator of success.
Thank you so much for sharing that all with us today.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Levy, a partner at Y Combinator, and I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Laura Behrens-Wu, founder and CEO of Shippo. Shippo makes it easier and more affordable for e-commerce companies to ship goods. Laura and her co-founder started Shippo in 2013, and they currently process millions of shipments every month. Laura had her first experience with the startup while working as an intern at YC alumni company LendUp. She grew up in Germany, China, Ecuador, and Cairo, went to school in Switzerland, and started Shippo in the US. Please welcome Laura.
Hi, ladies. My name is Laura. I'm the CEO of a company called Shippo. Let me see if this works. Oh, now it works. Great. So I'm Laura. I run a company called Shippo. We power shipping for e-commerce. I am so humbled to be able to be here today. I attended every other female founder conference before this as a participant, and I would have never dreamt to be able to stand here on stage today to tell you my story. My story in the last 3.5 years, well, it's been a roller coaster ride. There have been a lot of ups and downs, but there have been a lot of good stories to share as well. Unfortunately, there won't be time for Q&A after this, but this is my Twitter handle, so feel free to tweet at me, and I have a couple of hours reserved after this speech to answer all of your questions. My goal for today is to help everyone understand that there is no magic formula to entrepreneurship. There is no one single way how a great founder should look like. There is no overnight success. It's a lot about hard work. It's about being persistent. It's about standing up again after you fall. And I think the most important part about being a founder is making the decision to get started. But in order to get started, you have to have the courage. You have to have the confidence. And this is one of my favorite quotes. Confidence was cash. You had to have some to get some, and people were loath to give it to you. I hope with this talk I can help you all get a little more confident by hearing my story. So what is my story? How did I get here? Well, I did not grow up wanting to be an entrepreneur. Back in 2013, I was stuck in a master's program back in Switzerland that I did not enjoy. By pure chance, I ran into a YC alumnus who was also a Silicon Valley investor. And when he offered that he would help me find a summer internship, I jumped on it. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into. I had no idea what Silicon Valley was like, but it sounded exciting. It sounded like something I wanted to be a part of. So by pure chance, my CV got forwarded to the YC founder mailing list. And overnight, I had a bunch of interview requests in my inbox. It was truly about being at the right place at the right time, and then not shying away from taking that opportunity. I ended up with a summer internship at a company called LendUp. They do socially responsible payday loans. Back then, they were right before Series A, and I was so in awe about the fast-paced culture that I was experiencing there. I knew that I did not want to go back, so I dropped out of my grad studies and I decided to stay. Staying here, I really wanted to start something by myself. So I reached back out to my now co-founder, Simon. And together, we decided to work on an e-commerce store. It was a curated marketplace for emerging designers and artists from all around the world. We wanted to tell their stories. This was something that's been done before. It wasn't very innovative, but we didn't care. We just wanted to get started working on something, anything. And I think that is the most important decision that a founder can make, the decision about getting started. There is no need to overthink it. You don't need to come up with a grand idea. Just start working on something, on anything, and eventually you'll find the right problem to solve. So with my idea, with the e-commerce idea, I approached my CEO back then, Sasha from Lendev. I asked him for his feedback, for his advice. And one of the things that he shared with me that I remember very clearly is to work on painkillers and not vitamins. What he meant by that was to find an idea to work on a product that people can't live without, that solves a real pain point. Don't build something that is nice to have, but not must have, like a vitamin. The e-commerce store we were working on back then was for sure a vitamin, not a painkiller. But while working on the e-commerce store, we discovered how much of a pain point shipping is to e-commerce. We realized that shipping rates are intransparent, that they're hard to compare, that shipping eats into the margins of e-commerce store owners. We also realized that shipping technologies are difficult to integrate, that they're old and outdated. Working with these shipping technologies was a very different experience compared to working with the technologies of Shopify or Stripe. And we were surprised that there was no Stripe for shipping. So that's what we set out to build. Shippo is an API that connects our customers, who are e-commerce stores, marketplaces, and platforms, to a network of different shipping providers. We help them get access to that network. We help them optimize providers. We help them get shipping labels, get tracking numbers. In short, we take the pain out of shipping. We turn shipping into a competitive advantage instead of a cost center. So now that we had an idea that we thought was worth working on, we had to get funded. Both my co-founder and I are first-time founders. We didn't have any savings, so we had to rely on outside capital to make this work. I guess everyone here in this room is either seeking funding now or will be seeking funding at some point in the future. So let me share my fundraising story with you. My fundraising story is a lot about rejection. We applied to Y Combinator, and we got rejected. We applied to 500 startups, and we got rejected as well. We applied another time, and we got lucky and got into 500 startups batch 8. The reason why we wanted to be part of an accelerator is to get access to their network of investors, so we could raise a Series Seed. For the Series Seed, I pitched 125 angels and investors, and I heard 115 no's. In the end, we raised $2 million from 10 investors. That's a whole lot of no's to go through before we got the 2 million together. And to be honest, we pitched a lot of the wrong VCs. We pitched VCs that weren't the right fit, either because they weren't the right fit for the stage that we were in or for the space that Shippo is in. But I don't regret pitching all of these investors. Practice really makes perfect. At the end of pitching all of these people, I had my pitch nailed down. And when we finally met the right investors, I knew exactly what to say. All investors tend to ask the same kinds of questions. So at the end of this, I knew the answers to all of these questions by heart. While going through that fundraise, unfortunately, we had to go separate ways with our third co-founder. And that's the kind of situation that can kill a deal easily. In that situation, I also for the first time learned about the power of being transparent and straightforward with prospective investors. We communicated that change right away, upfront, direct, and honest. And we also communicated that this was the kind of, we also set the expectation right that this was the kind of communication style they could be expecting us moving forward if they do decide to invest. And in the end, we were able to close the round from the same investors despite the change in the founding team. Leading up to the Series Seed, we were growing our business 40% week over week. And that was in terms of shipping volume. And I think one of the most important pieces of advice we got back then was to focus on one single KPI, to find one KPI that defines success for your business best, and to focus on growing that one instead of getting overwhelmed by all the other metrics out there. Today, of course, we're optimizing a bunch of other metrics as well, but shipping volume is still our main KPI. For the Series A, we did a lot better. We were able to get 30 warm introductions to investors. We were able to set the timeline and drive the timeline ourselves instead of having investors drive it. That means that we set 1 week up for first meetings, a second week for second meetings, 1 week for partner meetings, and then another week for due diligence. It was important for us that we had everyone lined up at the same pace, so at the end of this process, we would be able to get to competitive term sheets. And at the end, we raised $7 million from Union Square Ventures. So from the outside, it looked like a really tight run and smooth process. But behind the scenes, a lot was going wrong again. We, again, had to go separate ways with our back then most senior technical leader. And guess what? We got our first bullshit lawsuit during due diligence. Wait, one back. Yeah, we got our first bullshit lawsuit during due diligence. Who would have thought? That was really crazy. Well, anyway, again, we were able to use that situation to use that bad situation and turn it into an opportunity to build trust. Build trust with the prospective investors by communicating clearly, thoughtfully, and directly. And I think you're going to build a long-term relationship with that investor. Investors are like employees that you can't fire. They're going to stick around until there is a liquidity event. So you better turn the table around and do due diligence on your prospective investors as well, because you want to be able to expect the same kind of integrity from them. Investors they'll be fast to offer you references, but make sure that you also do back-channel references, and that you're able to talk to people, to founders that have worked with this investor when they failed. You want to know how the investor behaves when things go wrong. So from pitching all of these people, my most important takeaways are be authentic, be passionate, and be honest. And I think the one thing that us female founders are really good at is to underpromise but to overdeliver. And that's a great characteristic to be known for. Then there's some situations while pitching that are just totally out of your control. Weird things happen, but they make for great stories to tell later on. One of my favorite stories to tell is how I went into a partner meeting at Kleiner Perkins. Well, a lot of the Kleiner partners were attending, including John Doerr. All the Kleiner partners were at one side of the table, and I was at the other side of the table, as the only person there. I sat right across the table of John Doerr. We had our super engaged conversation. I felt great about it. It was intense, it was a lot of back and forth, but I was excited. I felt like I was able to answer all of their questions very well. At the very end of this conversation, when we were starting to wrap things up, John Doerr leaned forward, he pushed forward his notepad and pen, and he said to me, "Laura, draw me a picture of your team." And I was so confused. I did not know what he wanted from me. I thought this could be some sort of psychology trick question. Or he's going to look into, if I draw myself bigger than all my other team members. That could mean that I'm egocentric. Or maybe if I draw myself gender neutral, that could mean that I'm not confident in my own skin. So I decided to draw a little stick figure girl, complete with a dress, long hair, and a smiley face. And I was just about to start drawing my other team members when I realized people in the room were laughing. And I looked up, and John Doerr was smiling at me. He was like, "Laura, all I was looking for was an org chart." Yep, that happened. It's a real story. I felt like a complete moron. And then afterwards, whenever I go into the Kleiner office, they know me as the stick figure girl. Anyway, stuff like that happens. It happens to anyone, and these make for great stories to tell. Don't worry too much about it when stuff like that happens to you. So today, we are 70 people, all working out of our San Francisco office. We have 6, thank you. We have 16,000 customers, and we've been able to triple our business in terms of shipping volume every single year since we started. We're still growing, we're still hiring. However, I still don't have everything figured out yet. And I think when people tell you that they have everything figured out, they're lying. However, there are a bunch of really great learnings that have impacted my life for the better in the last couple of years. And I want to share a couple of my favorite learnings with you. First of all, it's a marathon and not a sprint. In fact, I think it's more like one of these crazy 100-mile races that only insane people sign up to do. It's going to be a lot of ups and downs. And sometimes these ups and downs happen from 1 hour to another. 1 hour you receive a term sheet, the other hour you receive a lawsuit. During these ups and downs, it's important to keep in mind that your company worth is not equal to your self-worth. And I think that is easy to forget here in Silicon Valley, because whenever you go out and socialize, people are going to ask you, what is your company? How much money have you raised? Who are your investors? And then they're going to judge you by that. But keep in mind that you are more than your company's success. Don't let that define you. While going through all of these ups and downs, it's important to remain persistent. However, persistence does not mean being stubborn. I think it's important to be persistent about the right things. And what has worked for us really well is to be persistent about the goals, but to be creative and flexible about the tactics of how to get there. There will be times when you think that you are failing. When a failure happens to me, what I like to do is to take a step back and look at the big picture. I like to treat that one point of failure as a piece for a big puzzle, and then try to see what the big puzzle will look like. Sometimes that takes a couple of years before you'll be able to see the bigger picture. But I think failure leads to new opportunities, opportunities that wouldn't have been there otherwise. For example, I was super devastated when we got rejected by YC back then, but I'm still standing on stage here today, and everything that happened in between was great. I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. My second point is all about you. Be unapologetic about who you are. Be authentic. Be yourself. There are so many expectations about what the perfect founder should look like and what the perfect female founder should look like. I used to try to be like Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg, but that's ridiculous and impossible because I'm Laura, and I'm proud of that. Whoops, no. And I think it's completely fine not to be great at everything. But you need to know your strengths and your weaknesses, and then you'll be able to hire for complementary skills. Being unapologetic also means that you won't be able to work with everyone. Having clicker problems, yeah. That you won't be able to work with everyone. And again, that's completely fine. Better a hole in the organization than an asshole in the organization. This is your company that you're building. And you're defining company culture. Don't end up building a company that you'll hate working at 5 years from now. You can be completely unapologetic about the kind of culture that you want to build at your own company. That also means to hire slow and to fire fast. My next point, again, is about you. A lot of people think when you start a company, you need to sacrifice everything for your company. And I agree, it's about a lot of hard work, it's about being persistent and all those other things. But you need to take the time to take care of yourself, because taking care of yourself is taking care of your company. At the very beginning, you are your company. Make sure that you know what gives you energy and what drains you, and then do less of what drains you. There is no bad boss that you can blame for being miserable. It's up to you. If you're not happy, you're the one who can drive that change. Taking care of yourself also means it's completely okay to ask for help. In fact, it's smart to ask for help. I've been fortunate that I have a great group of investors that are super supportive, that I have an amazing executive coach, that I have an amazing group of friends that I can relate to. I love hanging out with other CEOs and founders because hanging out with them teaches me that the struggles that I'm going through are completely normal, that they've gone through the same struggles as well. that these struggles aren't unique to me, but that they're just part of normal startup life. On a more personal note, last year I made this great decision to adopt this grumpy-looking cat. She's really the grumpiest. That's her everyday face. And when I come home from work and things aren't going that well because we're not shipping enough packages, I see her face and everything is a little better again. More important than my relationship with my cat is my relationship with my co-founder, Simon. Sometimes we fight, but we never get hurt permanently. My co-founder, Simon, well, he's 100% complementary to my skills. He's able to do all the things that I can't do or don't like to do, and he does them really well. I wouldn't be able to be here without him. So find yourself a partner in crime. For me, it's a partner in shipping, to share the burden of running a company with you. Simon's been supportive through the ups and downs, both in my work life and in my private life. Simon's the one I called when I was going through a bad breakup, and he was the one who brought me a bottle of whiskey. He was also the one who remembered to take the bottle of whiskey away from me when he left. And that was important because next morning at 7 a.m., I had a recorded podcast interview where I was supposed to tell how awesome it is to be a founder. And I do think it is awesome to be a founder. However, it also means that you're going to be one of the few females in a male-dominated industry. And given that we're at a female founder conference today, I think it's important to acknowledge the brave women that have been speaking up in the last couple of months to drive change into this industry. I've been lucky that I've never experienced direct sexual harassment like that. However, I've gotten used to being one of the few females in the room, especially at B2B CEO dinners. Somehow, there are not that many B2B female founders. And many times when I'm outside of the office and people ask me what I do for Shippo, they're surprised to hear that I'm the founder and CEO. And I never quite understand why. What did they expect the founder and CEO of Shippo should look like? There was one time when I was pitching a male VC for my Series A. And after the pitch, his first comment was, "This is a cute little business you've built." And there is really nothing cute about a shipping API. So I used to hate talking about being a female founder. I used to hate being put into that box. I disliked being part of these female founder lists because the market really does not care if this company is run by a female or not. Customers choose to go with the product that's best. And I wanted Shippo to be the best, period, independent of my gender. I used to live by the mantra, to be so good that they can't ignore you. In the last year, my attitude to that has changed a little. I realized it's naive to believe that if you work really hard, you won't be discriminated. I realized that it's not always on the women to prove themselves. It's a problem with the system. And good news is that everyone here in this room, is able to make a difference. We can make a difference by starting companies and building company cultures that women enjoy working at. We can make a difference by being role models for the next generation of female entrepreneurs. And we can make a difference by generating outstanding returns for the investors that have placed a bet on us. And I'm excited for everyone here to help us make that difference. I could keep talking about this endlessly, but I'm running out of time. And there is still so much to do, so much to learn. I want to leave you with one final quote. If you're following your calling, the fatigue will be easier to bear, the disappointments will be fuel, the highs will be like nothing you've ever felt. And I hope that you find your calling. And I hope that when you find your calling, you take that opportunity. So best of luck, everyone, and feel free to tweet at me with any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. That was an incredible talk, and I'm sure lots of lessons learned from that experience. Next, you're going to meet Padma Shri Warrior. Forbes calls her the queen of electric car business. Padma Shri is the CEO of NIO and also the Chief Development Officer. NIO designs smart autonomous vehicles. And prior to this, Padma Shri held C-level positions at Cisco as well as Motorola and is on the board of Microsoft and Spotify. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So I think the first question that a lot of them really have is you've spent more than 2 decades in really successful scaled companies. Why NIO?
So yeah, that's right. For over 2 decades, I worked. I started my career actually as an engineer. I'm an engineer. I started in the semiconductor industry as a line engineer, working in fabs, and eventually worked my way up to become the chief technology officer for Motorola Semiconductor business. Then eventually the whole company, and then moved to Cisco in 2008, and I was CTO first, and then CSO, and then eventually CTO and CSO. And I left, and Cisco about 1.5 years ago. I left in September of 2015. When I left, I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew that what I didn't want to do, I knew I didn't want to do the same job twice. In other words, I didn't want to go into another large tech company in a C-level position, because I felt like I have done that in 2 very large companies. I this time wanted to go somewhere where I could impact a whole industry and change a whole industry. So I was kind of thinking I wanted to start my own company, either in the education vertical or in the transportation vertical. Both I felt were industries that have, by and large, been stagnant and have always had technology on the periphery, never central to the industry. And then I joined NIO. We work on building autonomous electric vehicles, but the focus is really on how we would all spend our time when we're not driving anymore. So the focus is really about how do we improve how do we give people time back from driving and freeing you from the chores of driving. So we focus a lot on user experience. So it's a fascinating time to be really in this industry and rethink everything.
Yeah, and I remember like one of the things we had discussed before, you said that even though the industry, the car seems like something that men purchase, you said actually the consumer buying decision in many cases is done by women.
Yeah.
So how do you bring that in the product design, or as you think about the evolution of the car, even under NIO? Like, how do you think about building a team around that?
Yeah, so when I started in this role, I didn't know anything about building cars. Obviously I was a consumer, and I'm not really a car guy, but I think of it as a consumer product. So we spent about 6 months doing a lot of user research. What do people buy vehicles for? What do they look for? And it's interesting, actually, in the United States, more than 50% of the buyers for vehicles are women. And many of the women that we interviewed said that even when they go to a dealership today, and they go with their spouse or boyfriend, and that person says, my wife or my partner is actually buying the car, in the dealership, the sale is actually made to the man. And they ignore the woman, they talk to the guys, and they tell them about all the features that they think the men like. And so that was one interesting find. And the second thing we found was women always struggle because they're sold minivans and labeled soccer moms, and and ignore the professional side of what a woman wants. And many of us work and have families. And so many people told us, I don't want to drive a vehicle that kind of pigeonholes me in the soccer mom image. I want something that is also beautiful in the vehicle and is got space inside for my children or for my bags or whatever. So their needs were not being met in the product category, and this is the largest buying power in the country today for vehicles. So it was sort of like interesting to think how one of the most aspirational consumer product completely ignores more than half the population and more than half the demographic that's actually consuming that product. So we are taking a lot of these factors into our design criteria as we look at it. Obviously, you never build a product for a particular gender, but it's more for the utility and what people are looking for. So I think that was a big eye-opener for me. And it's very true. Right? I think you have to either choose between a beautiful car, but it's very compact and has no space, or something that's giant and looks ugly. There isn't anything that's in between.
Yeah. So where do you think self-driving is headed, and what is your vision for NIO?
So we are targeting to have what is known in the industry as a level 4 self-driving car by 2020, meaning that the vehicle will be fully capable of driving itself, but we are building our car with the steering and pedals, and so to allow you to drive if you want to drive it. And we think that actually allows us to overcome any regulation barriers that might get in the way, because there is a human in the loop when you are driving. I think fully autonomous level 5 vehicles are probably further away, maybe 2025, maybe even 2030. Expectations vary. I think the technology will be there. I think, to me, there are 3 axes that have to all come together. One is the technology has to be matured and developed and be reliable and safe. The second is the cost of the technology has to come down, and it will come down over time. LiDARs and radars and sensors have to come down, and the compute platform is very powerful in this vehicle. And the third is actually human behavior itself, right? Like my generation, a lot of people, we grew up where we were taught a particular way to drive, and you have to take a driver's license test, and you pass the test, and you hold the wheel, and you're taught how to hold the wheel. Now, there'll be a generation coming now, right, who will bypass that. They don't need to drive. And so there will be a transition period, just as we went in the mobile internet space. And so iPhone is now celebrating its 10th year, right? Now, so before iPhone, when I worked at Motorola, phones were very different, and we didn't expect something like a phone to look like a smartphone back then. Similarly, I think cars in the future will be very, very different. So all these 3 things, I think, will intersect, and the future will be very exciting for all of us. Imagine, I work in San Jose, my company is there, and I was coming up here. Imagine if I could just sit back and do whatever I wanted to do, take a nap on my way back, instead of worrying about traffic and driving.
Yeah. I've seen the video of your product, which is very exciting. I can't wait for the car. Now, you've built, you've been at successful companies, but you've also built them at scale. And you've talked a lot about how great teams are what makes a company great. So what tactical advice do you have for founders here in terms of their first 10 or those first 50 hires? Because you've stressed a lot about how that is really important in how you build a company culture that you also treasure.
Yeah, I think when you're a founder of a company, I think it's much harder, by the way, to start a company than to be in a big company and lead a big company in the following ways. When I started at NIO, I was employee number 16. There were 15 people that were kind of already there. But I think I only had like 1 engineering person, and we had 2 trailers in a parking lot in San Jose, and you basically are starting from nothing in a vision, right? I think, so to me, tactically, the first 10 hires, 20 hires, 50 hires, 100 hires are very, very important. In my company, I personally interviewed the first 150 people that we hired and made offers to, because the first 100 people hire the next 1,000 people. And if you want to scale the company, right, each of them will hire 10 people. And so your bar has to continue to remain very, very high. So my advice is, as a founder, really pay attention to the people that you're bringing in. I think the previous speaker talked about it. I love the way she said it. It's better to have a hole in the organization than an asshole. So I think it's like very, very true. I think you really have to be very selective and look for the right kind of talent, but also the right kind of a fit. The second thing that I watch out for, and this I realized as we were scaling, now we're about 350 people in the company. One of the other things that happens is, as you scale the organization, you go from like 100 people to 300 people. At that stage, you're not hiring anymore, your leaders are hiring. And the tendency would be for them to bring people they know, right? And so you create these islands of microculture, which you don't want to have. So in my company, we have a rule that every hire has to have a diverse panel that hires the people. So diverse in terms of the gender. It can be an all-male panel or an all-female panel that does the interviewing, but also people that are from the hiring group, but also people from outside the group that can ask people different questions. So obviously, you ask. In our case, we look for a lot of specific technical skills. So you test them for those technical skills. But people from finance or corp dev also interview them to ask them general questions. So we look for technical depth, behavioral leadership skills. And so you ask them things like, in your life, what's the toughest thing you faced, and how did you overcome that? May not really have direct relevance to the role, because one of the things we believe is the person's true character is tested when they're faced with a very traumatic situation. So how did you overcome that? So we ask things like that, and then we make decisions. So that's the second very tactical advice that I would give, because we actually learned it by the hard way. We were doing it, and we found we were creating micro-cultures where people were hiring from the place they came from. And so soon we had like this group, that group, and these little islands which all stuck together. And then the other thing I would say is culture is extremely important, and it starts from the very beginning. So in my company, one Wednesday a month, and we pick Wednesday because it happens to be the middle of the week, we take time out, 4 to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We call it team time, and we go to our cafeteria. The whole company comes, and we do some fun activity. And it's not just to have fun, but the intent behind that is to institutionalize the fact that it's okay to take a break. We don't want people to burn out. Everybody works hard. We have to take care of ourselves when we do this, and we do this as a whole company. We all take a break together, and we're under very tight pressure right now. We're shipping the car. It's going into production, so teams are under a lot of pressure. Yeah. So we still do this, and we still do 2 hours, and it's legitimate, take a break. And the second reason we do it is allows people from different functions to come together, so you don't become siloed in the company. And so the intent is that, but we obviously don't do it. We don't state that. We do some fun activity and team activity. So that's one simple way you can build something fun in the culture. People look forward to it. It actually gets fairly competitive. Yeah. We have people rotating to host team time, and so everybody comes up with their own theme. Sometimes it's a competition. It's a treasure hunt. It's kind of something goofy. One day we built toy cars, and we raced them to see which car goes. So vehicle engineering team in my company was very competitive, and they won. Actually, the software team won the race, which was interesting. So I think we do things like this that I think it's very important. As you scale the company, you're focusing on the right things.
And you also have quite a distributed team, is that right, yes, geographically? So how do you make sure that they are all sort of aligned with a shared purpose or a shared mission?
Yeah, this is interesting. Our company also has a very different model. We are what we call a global startup, and if we figure this out, I think there'll be a case study. I was telling Anu that'll be taught in business school someday. And the thesis is this: we feel like the two biggest markets are China and US for vehicles, and each one is going through a major transformation. In China, it's a big movement from internal combustion to EVs, now the largest EV market in the world. And the US, we're rapidly adopting autonomy and self-driving cars. So when we started the company, we said, okay, how do we create a company structure that can win in both markets? Today, it's very difficult to do that. So we started two companies. Essentially, there's a China company and a US company, and we share very capital-intensive things like manufacturing and supply chain and design studio, the car design studio. It has pluses and minuses, right? Now, one of the complex things is to manage the requirements that we develop technology for the company in China. They support us for manufacturing. How do we keep everybody coordinated? So it, again, goes back to culture and values. We describe values for the company, 4 very simple values. We say it's vision, it's action, it's care, and honesty. And so we go back, and the way that's interpreted in China is very different than here, obviously, but we go back to that. And then we make sure roles are very clear, which team is doing what, and that we're not stepping on each other's toes. So we'll see how it works. Yeah. It's sort of an experiment in its own way.
Yeah. I also want to go back and sort of trace your career path, because that's something which is really fascinating. So you did your engineering from IIT Delhi in chemical engineering, and then went to Cornell. How did you make the decision from that to go to Motorola?
Yeah, so I'm a chemical engineer. My academic background is in chemical engineering. My master's degree was though in materials. And so when when I came to the US from India as a graduate student, I came on a student visa. My goal that time, I thought I wanted to be a professor. I was going to do my PhD and go back to India and teach. And then it was quite accidental that I ended up working for Motorola. It's a very funny story. I don't know if you know, Cornell is in upstate New York, and I left a snowstorm and came to interview with Motorola back then in Arizona, bright sunshine. And I said, God, and I was from India back then, and I wasn't used to snow and stuff. I said, okay, whatever job they give me, I'm moving here. And I'm going to take a break from my PhD.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd work for a year and go back, and I never did. Because I really found working and creating concrete products was to me actually much more interesting. So as I said, I started as a line engineer and worked my way up to become the chief technology officer.
You stayed there for 23 years?
Yeah, I stayed there for 23 years. And, but back then Motorola was a very diverse company, so I got to do many different jobs. So every 2-3 years almost I was doing something very different. I started in manufacturing, then went into technology transfer, and then research, and eventually became CTO.
Got it. So and then did you come to Silicon Valley for Cisco?
Right. So I moved to Silicon Valley in 2008. I moved to become the CTO for Cisco.
Got it. So you've been an engineer, in the late 1980s. You've been in the Valley now for a while. Has anything changed being a woman engineer?
So there are very few women engineers. I'd love to see more women engineers. It's, I think in the technical areas, the ratios are very, very, roughly the same. I think when I went to school, it was about 14% in engineering, and now it's about the same. So in some ways, it hasn't changed at all. If you just look at the numbers in the last 20 years. It's still very difficult, I think, for women in technical field. And I've been an engineer pretty much my whole career. I just moved to different roles in engineering. I just spoke at Microsoft with their women engineers. And I think, roughly the numbers are the same across multiple companies. So if you just look at that, you feel like, OK, nothing's really changed. The fact that now we are speaking up more is, I think, that has changed. I think in the past, probably we would not have said all the things we are saying and calling out, and I think that's great. We should continue to do more of that. I think we shouldn't let anybody, no matter what level they are in any company, get away with things that sometimes they think they have a license to get away with. That I'm very proud of. I think in just the last year, we've read and we've all followed all of the stories that have been coming out. Now, they're not stories, they're reality, actually, right? Which is shocking in some ways, and you think like, wow. But in other ways, you feel like we knew this was happening. Now we're acknowledging this is happening, and now calling it out and holding people accountable. I think that's a great step forward. Now we need to say, how do we stop these things from happening in the first place, right?
Yeah. And as a woman engineer, you've talked about this before. How did you feel you had to behave like a man sometimes or change your style of work?
Absolutely. When I started, I think there are probably very few engineers in factories, in semiconductor factories. I started as a factory engineer. We were actually told to dress a particular way. We couldn't wear any color. We were told to wear, I think I was told to wear gray and try to blend in.
And
be like
sneaker
beat the
shoes.
wall.
Yeah.
And again, I came from India. I grew up with a lot of color. It was very alien for me to be that way, but I forced myself to do it because I thought like, oh my gosh, I had to do this. Otherwise, I won't get a job or I won't be recognized for the work I do. But it made me very uncomfortable. And after a few months of that, I stopped. I said, I can't be who I'm not really as a person. And now I always talk about how women should be women first. Whatever it is that makes you comfortable, you should dress the way you want to dress, and then let your work define you. I mean, in my company, actually, we do this at Team Time. One of the things, men and women do this, by the way, all of us do this as human beings. When we introduce ourselves, notice this, we all introduce ourselves with a job title. And say, hi, I'm Padma Shri Warrior, I'm CEO for NEO. We never say who we are as a person. So when we hire new employees, when we do our Team Time, we introduce all our new hires, and we have them come up and say one some fun fact about themselves. I love cooking. I have a 2-year-old, or I play the guitar. I love rock climbing. I have a motorcycle that I love to ride on. Whatever it is, right? Why don't we say that about ourselves? And we have to give ourselves permission to be authentic in who we are. So that's something that I encourage everyone to do, both men and women.
And given all the recent events, what tactical advice would you have for companies to sort of address this? What can organizations, even founders here, what can they do from day one to make sure?
Yeah, firstly, I think have your pulse on the organization. It's not an excuse to say, I didn't know this was happening. It's obviously impossible to keep track of everything. And when someone raises an issue, make it a priority. Make it, we, in my company, now we're 350 people, I have a complete open policy. People come talk to me, and when they talk to me, it's not that I just don't ignore it. If they're complaining about something, we try to do something. We fix it. If we can't fix it, we have to go back and say we can't fix it. I think it's very important if you're the founder and CEO, you have personal accountability for everything that happens in your company, and you have to take accountability for that. Thank you. And I think it's important to have a follow-up, right? We have, there'll be lots of complaints like, oh, the cafeteria is too cold today, or the food came late. Some things are small, some things are more serious, but you have to pay attention to all of them. So I think don't minimize that, and I think actually, I feel like we compete for talent, right? In the space we are in, it's very difficult to find the right kind of talent. A lot of people come to work for our company for the mission, for the culture. I think it is definitely a factor.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time today and for sharing these insights. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Kat, a partner at Y Combinator. You might have seen my face on screen earlier today because I'm the partner who rejected Poppy. But also, I redeemed myself by asking her to speak, so I feel I'm back. So we are going to take a quick break, and if you could be back in here, it'll be 25 minutes, so about 4:25. And I just wanted to remind you of a few things. First, we're doing a partner panel at the very end of the day with all the YC partners, so if you have any questions for us, please send them to ask@ycombinator.com, and we'll be collecting those questions over the break. And then also, there is a Snapchat filter, just in case any of you are Snap fans. And that is also, we'll see you back here at 4:25 and hope to get some of your questions. Bye.
The club isn't the best place to find the lovers, so the bar is where I go.
It is really hard to see.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So I'm Kirsty Nathu. I'm a partner at Y Combinator and also the CFO. And our next speaker is Aileen Lee. And Aileen is the founder of Cowboy Ventures, which is a fund that invests in seed stage companies. Before starting Cowboy, Aileen was at Kleiner Perkins, and she's also spent time at Gap and Morgan Stanley. Aileen is also famous for coining the term unicorn, which you're probably sick to death of hearing about now.
Infamous or famous?
Yeah.
Together.
And we actually invite Aileen to talk to our founders at YC every batch. And the reason why is that we just love that she gives this amazing, no-nonsense advice to our female founders about talking to investors. So I'm excited to be able to chat with her today in front of everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so Aileen, I gave a little bit of your history there, but why don't you go into a little bit more detail and about what made you decide to go off on your own and start Cowboy?
So Cowboy Ventures is still kind of a startup. We started 5 years ago, and I had been at Kleiner for a long time, actually almost 13 years. And part of the time, from 2007 to 2009, I actually kind of left part-time and went to go run one of our portfolio companies as CEO. And when I came back, I just had a different feeling about the firm and the work, and I found that I was fortunate to be a senior partner at Kleiner at the time. And for these large firms, you spend, just like large companies, as you kind of get into senior management, you spend more and more of your time in meetings, less kind of doing the functional work and more around kind of trying to help run the firm a bit. And I just really love working hands-on with founders and with portfolio companies, and I just felt like our firm had kind of grown quite large, and I was spending more time on internal meetings than actually just spending time with companies. And the industry had changed a lot, too. I mean, as you all probably know, there are a lot more funds now. There are a lot more startups. They can be all around the country. And so venture investors really have to be kind of open for business and available to meet with companies all the time, because you just don't really, you never really know what's under the hood unless you have a meeting and you get to meet people. And so I felt like having a job where all I really did was just meet with companies, get to know talented people who might start companies, who might want to work at portfolio companies, and helping portfolio companies is really all I wanted to do with less overhead. And seed was this new category that was still pretty small in terms of the number of firms and also the number of well-respected brands in the seed category that were known for giving hands-on help. And yet it's the biggest, it's kind of the biggest part of the funnel. And so it seemed like a great opportunity to both start something new, make it more personal, make it very small with very little overhead, where really all we do is very pure and very focused.
And so what did you see at Kleiner and places like that you decided you were going to do differently with your fund? Many things.
It did get quite large, and I think this isn't specific to Kleiner, but in general, the math of venture capital is such that but venture capitalists make money through a combination of fee income and what is called carried interest, which is basically profit sharing with their investors once you've returned the capital. And when you do the math on funds, if you have a $500, $800 million or $1 billion fund, the number of multi-billion-dollar companies that you have to be an investor in per fund is quite large. When you do the math, it seems very unlikely that most venture capital firms will be able to generate the kinds of returns to investors and to themselves that they have in the past. Mm-hmm. And so the math, I think, just works much better, and it's much more aligned with entrepreneurs if the funds are smaller. So that was one thing. But I mean, having the chance to be a female founder and to hopefully build a brand that gets very, hopefully well respected by entrepreneurs and investors for being a blue chip, top tier firm in terms of the quality of work, the quality of relationships, the integrity, and the outcomes, and helping to put numbers on the board and move the needle for women in tech is something that really motivates me.
Yeah. And you mentioned that one of the things was that you wanted to have more of a hands-on approach with helping the founders that you invested in. What kind of things do founders ask you for help with, and how can you help them?
Well, at seed stage, I know it's hard for us to see, but how many of you out there are founders? Holy
Oh, wow,
cow,
loads of you.
that is awesome. And how many of you are seed stage or pre-seed founders? Okay, a lot. So at seed stage, as you know, you have not enough time, not enough money, not enough people. And so founders generally want advice or help or guidance on multiple fronts. One is on hiring. Many times a founder has never hired certain types of people before. They've never hired a head of sales, or they've never hired a UX designer, or things like that. So they like advice and both introductions and help filtering and knowing kind of where to set the bar in terms of who to hire when and how to know they're the right people. On the financial plan, as many of you may know, the bar has kind of been raised in terms of how much Series A investors want to see you accomplish from seed stage before you raise an A, and then from A to B and B to C. Because a lot of these funds have gotten bigger, they have more money, so they can kind of wait and write a bigger check at a higher valuation for more traction. And so I think at seed or even pre-seed, getting good advice from experienced folks on what you really need to prioritize and accomplish with the money and the time that you have at seed can be important. And customer introductions, feedback on roadmaps, help with positioning and strategic messaging and PR. So just kind of across the board, that's the way we like to help.
Yeah, yeah. And so, if one of the things that you're doing is working so closely with the founders, what traits are you looking for in the founders? What really attracts you to the companies that you invest in? Because at this stage, it is all about the people.
Yes, a lot of it is about the people. And so, high integrity, high intelligence people who have also shown a certain amount of kind of hustle and scrappiness in figuring stuff out before they've raised money, and then having kind of an aggressive but doable plan for what they're going to do with the money and within a reasonable period of time. So we usually suggest that your seed round lasts you at least 18 months, if not 24 months or more than that. Going a big mission and vision that's quite ambitious, that can be backed up by, here's where we want to be, and here's how we're going to get there over time. This is what we want to get done in the next 12 months or the next 18 months. Relevant backgrounds, if possible, or at least a personal connection to the problem that the person and the team is trying to solve. We love to see, ideally, some kind of a technical angle or a technical solution. That's kind of it. And we also talk sometimes when we meet with the women in each class, so I will just say it, I do think it can be harder for women to raise money than men. And so I think that kind of sucks, and we will fix it over time. But for now, the thing we have to do is know what you're up against being a woman entrepreneur raising money in a largely male industry of VCs, and understanding then kind of where you are and what you need to work on. Because a lot of pitching, the other thing I'd say is storytelling is really important.
Yeah.
And being a great storyteller is important. And if you are not a great storyteller, you can become one. I have seen so many people who started out not being great storytellers become excellent ones, and it's just a matter of feedback and practice.
Especially at that early stage where you're really selling a dream.
Yes.
It's so important.
Yes.
So, you mentioned that it's potentially harder for female entrepreneurs to be pitching to male investors. How does somebody pitch to somebody who is not necessarily their target market?
Well, hopefully there are plenty of, hopefully you can pitch women. And the more we can do to get more women into the venture industry, the more women you'll have to pitch. But it's a 95% male industry, so
right. Yeah.
You're very
There's no
likely,
denying it right
yes, to have many men in the room. But if you look at Pinterest or Houzz or Stitch Fix, the majority of the investors in those companies are men. So obviously there are men in the industry who understand problems that they may not personally relate to.
Right. Well, it goes to show, doesn't it? If you have an enterprise startup, then the people who you're pitching to aren't your users in that situation either.
Right.
So
exactly.
It is possible. It's just all about that storytelling.
Definitely. And the folks at YC publish a lot of great things about tips and tricks for how to go about doing it. But I think for many of you, if you're going into a fundraising next, generally starting out with what is the mission and vision of the company?
Yeah.
How big is the market? Venture investors are looking for large addressable markets. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Who's on your team and how relevant is the team? What is the product that you've built, if you have built something, or what do the wireframes look like? What kind of traction or feedback have you gotten from the market in terms of whether people are going to like the product or whether they do like the product? And what does the financial model and the economic model look like? And what are you going to do with the money? Like, that's pretty much how I think those are the main elements of the story, and just how you tell the story and the personal narrative that goes along with that, and I think is what investors are really looking for.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes with confidence as well, just walking into that room with confidence. So
Yes.
how would you advise the women in the audience to be able to internalize that and project it in those meetings?
I mean, it's exactly what you said, Kirsty, which is there are some great examples of women founders out there who have raised a lot of money, are building quite valuable companies. So we know it's possible, and I think especially with a lot of the news that's come out in the past week, we hopefully have a better window than ever, more openness, more support than ever. I think there is a gathering army of not just women, but also men who realize that the deck has been somewhat stacked against women in the industry since the beginning of the industry, and that it needs to change. And so those are all good things. And there's also just such an amazing ecosystem of people who have raised money, who you can friendly pitch your story to and get feedback and iterate. I mean, nobody comes up with a perfect pitch right away. Everybody iterates on it and gets feedback and practices, and it gets better.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that people don't necessarily realize, that there's a lot of people that can help you with the pitch that have been there, and seed stage investors are very much focused on helping their companies get to the next stage, and will help with those pitches.
Yes, we do like to do that.
Yeah. So I'm going to go there. All this news that you just mentioned.
Does anyone know about the news?
Yeah. Has anyone heard some stuff going on recently? As a female VC, what's your take on it? What can we do?
I'm pretty pissed off. But I think we have to use it, we can't just be mad, right? We have to be constructive. We have to use this as an opportunity to come up with new ways of doing things, new solutions, using it as an opportunity. That it both is, I think, a carrot and a stick, right? Like there's not going to be one answer. There's going to be multiple things that we can hopefully do to be constructive with what we've learned in the past week. And I don't think the story is over, right? I think more sad stories will come out over the coming weeks about behavior that shouldn't happen in the industry, that's unprofessional, that's unacceptable, that will piss us off even more. And so we have to, all of you, hopefully, this will give you more motivation to be successful, to kick some major butt with your companies, to build modern, inclusive cultures, to hire a diverse team, to nurture and develop a fantastic slate of lots of women and people of color on your management teams and in your ranks that will become the next generation of CEOs. And then, and also we need more women investors. Something that I had the fortune of having breakfast this morning with a bunch of general partners at a bunch of women general partners at different firms, and we talked about what can we do to help the associates and principals, the women and people of color at other firms, so that we have more people becoming general partners faster, so that there are more people to call when we have a successful company that's going to have choices, raising an A or a B or a C. We at Cowboy Ventures are going to try and steer those companies to modern firms that have women and people of color in the investing positions. And if you all have only men at your firm, and the founders, it's their decision, but most of our founders feel this way. If they have a choice, they would rather work with a modern firm. Like, why should we make money for assholes?
Yeah, for sure. And if a VC misses a deal that turns into a hot deal because the founders have said, no, I'm not going to work with you, that's how change can happen.
Yes, so I think if you have a company that's successful, for entrepreneurs or friends of yours who have successful companies, or if you're a great operating executive that is going to have lots of opportunities to be recruited to be a VP at different companies, you're making a choice kind of with your feet or with your wallet by who you make successful. And so I hope that you will use your leverage to steer people and steer yourself to firms and teams that are inclusive and diverse.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to take a concerted effort, but we can get there. So, we've talked a bit there about choosing these modern firms to work with. But how else does a founder, what should they be looking for in an investor? How do they decide who they should be working with?
I do think being networked with other women and other entrepreneurs, there were a bunch of articles about how the information that came out has been kind of an open secret in Silicon Valley for years. And some people knew about it and some people didn't, but you have to ask. Right, so you have to ask. We investors do references on entrepreneurs before we invest. Entrepreneurs and executives who are thinking about joining startups do references on the folks that you are considering joining. And hopefully you'll figure out, are they people of integrity? Do they have skeletons in their closet? What do I need to know that I'm getting into? How's the culture? And I'm hoping that we'll come up with some way. I think the great thing is that women and other people are starting to come forward and name names and talk specifically about people or firms they've had bad experiences with. And all this stuff has just been, it's happened to probably most women in this room. You just eat it. It just makes this little pit in your stomach that causes you to doubt whether you're welcome in technology, whether that firm really wants you to be there. There's so many microaggressions and little cuts that people do because subconsciously they're trying to make you feel uncomfortable, or they really just don't have confidence in you, but you should all have confidence in yourselves. And I'm hoping that more people will be encouraged that you'll be a hero or a heroine by coming forward and being brave, because it's a hard thing to do, but factually and using data and evidence showing what's happened and that it's not okay, because there are many people that have your back because it's not okay.
Yeah. We get that. We ask founders to tell us if investors have behaved badly, because we have the power to be able to do something to help. We can stop them coming to demo day, or we can there's numerous things. But it's so hard to get women to tell us who they are talking about, and it just requires so much bravery. But the more that it happens,
yes,
the less bravery it will require.
Yes, I really appreciate it. I think in the last batch that we talked to, a woman said something about a male VC who had said some very inappropriate things, and you all found out his name and disinvited him to demo day.
Yeah.
So I was pretty psyched about that. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we haven't really talked much about your portfolio and the kinds of companies that you look at. Where do your interests lie?
So we are a generalist. There are some vertical specific funds like that only invest in healthcare or big data or robotics. We're generalist funds. Our goal is to hopefully identify and work with the most promising startups at seed stage that are technology-oriented startups every year, whether they're enterprise or consumer-oriented. And so we have, I think, a really interesting mix of founders and companies that we've gotten to back. Some of them are consumer-oriented, like Brit & Co., Brandless, which is a company that's launching on July 11th that we're super excited about, and both female CEOs and founders, and also security companies, infrastructure. Textio is an enterprise SaaS company that we've backed, also founded by a fantastic woman CEO. So it's really, I think hopefully we can be helpful and hands-on in all the things that I mentioned, like team building and go-to-market strategies and helping you get ready for your Series A, regardless of what type of company you are.
And do you think that founders should consider, how should they consider these funds that say that they're vertical specific versus the generalist approach?
The fun thing at Seed is one of the reasons why I also decided to move earlier from being a Series A investor to a seed investor is Seed is collaborative. So at Series A, generally the way the industry works is you're going to pick one Series A lead investor, and that firm is going to own 20 to 30% of your company going forward, and hopefully your prior seed investors will invest pro rata, but you don't split your Series A usually between two different Series A firms. At Seed, we always co-invest with other people, so we can partner with a data-oriented firm or an enterprise-focused firm or a consumer-oriented firm, and we do that and also with with angels, individuals who have special expertise or relationships with the founder. So it's more of like a village, and it's a team approach to trying to help the company because it's the riskiest time. So we feel like having lots of good people around the table to help the company and support them is more fun for us and is going to help the company more.
Yeah, it's definitely a difference at Series A where you have one investor who's on your board and they're the ones that are driving it. The seed stage, it just takes, like you say, a village.
Yeah. And I also think hopefully our village tries to help guide and advise the founders on who is the best Series A board member, because that is really a big decision. It's really hard to get divorced from your Series A board member.
Right, you should treat it like a marriage.
It is a marriage. Yes.
It's a dating process.
Yes, and that person is going to help you grow as a CEO. And if you want to be a CEO that lasts for the next 10 years running your company, making sure that you develop a relationship of trust with your Series A investor who could try and get rid of you or could help you develop is a big deal. And that's one of the things that we work with our founders on, is trying to help them find that right person.
So we're running out of time, but we have a room full of women here. So many of them, as we've seen, are founders. What's the biggest piece of advice you can give to them to help them pitch to a seed investor and be successful?
So as I mentioned, I do think that women have to walk a finer line in today's environment of mostly male VCs than guys do. Like, as you may have heard me, I try and say this whenever I have the opportunity, like, what if my trigger phrase is he's such a good guy?
Yeah.
I can't stand that phrase. Like, the phrase good guy, people say it all the time, and it doesn't really mean much other than like, high five, we love that, bro.
Yeah. Let's go and shoot some hoops.
Yeah, exactly. And I see this all the time, in meetings with VCs, where if we have a company that's doing well and we're thinking about who we're going to call for our Series A, and it's mostly men around the table and myself, and we make a Google Doc of like who are the target investors for the round, and someone will be like, oh, what about Scott Jones? And someone else will be like, oh, I love that dude, he's such a good guy. And then someone else will say, oh, what about Brian Smith? It's like, oh, love that dude, love that guy, put him on the list. And it doesn't mean anything. Like, it doesn't mean that he's going to be a great board member and that we should get married to him for 10 years. But then if I bring up a woman, what about Susie Smith? They'll say, oh, does she invest in security? Like, there's no, oh, she's such a great girl, or she's such a great woman. Like, it's just, it's infuriating.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what happens. But the same thing happens to entrepreneurs. Like, if you pitch, or a group of guys pitch, in the closed session, after you leave, the VCs be like, I just love those guys. And someone else will be like, yeah, such good guys, love those guys, so fun to work with. And you're just like, Arr! But it's just not fair, because they can't say that about a woman. Like, it's like, what if I say something that's offensive, or like, I just love that woman, what does that mean? Like,
but women don't say it about women either.
I know, it's not fair, so like, we should stop saying it. But that's kind of the world that we live in, right? So the advice I like to give women entrepreneurs is, be confident, but don't stretch. Like, if you are a little too arrogant, or if you kind of puff things up a little bit too much, they will ding you for being an exaggerator. So that's one thing. But, don't be too shy or underconfident, because, to be honest, I think guys can get away with being, oh, he's just an introvert. Whereas women, and there was an article recently that basically showed a quantitative study that showed that women and men get different judgments, and they get different questions depending on, basically by investors. So it is not fair. We just have to know how the deck is stacked and work around it. Practice your pitch so you come across as confident but not overconfident, and not spinning, because they will ding women for overspinning. Know your numbers. Women are overly dinged for not being quantitative enough. I have a friend who works at a unicorn company who, her father is a math professor. She was a math major. She was the COO for a company doing $100 million in revenue, and in charge of quantitative acquisition, marketing, all these things. When she interviewed at this unicorn company, first of all of her interviews were with men, and every single person asked her, how do I get the confidence that you're quantitative enough? Like, there's just no way that men get those kinds of questions.
No.
So just know your numbers. It's not, so if someone asks you, what's the CAC, what's the LTV, what are the margins, what's the revenue plan for next year, just know it, just practice it.
And if those are things that you don't know about or you're not sure how to calculate, then these are the things that you can ask for help from so many people around.
Yes.
And women really do have to know those numbers back to front because they will get pushed on them much more. So that is so important.
And be good at follow-up. Like if people are asking you questions or there's some follow-up things, take notes, send an email the next day and say, hey, here are the things that we discussed. I wanted to follow up on these points. Like showing that you're super conscientious and that you're on it will actually, I think there are some women who get put into this category of like, she's a killer. Like that's kind of category that you want to be in. That's how men think about, there's like women and there's like women killers. And like, oh my God, she's an animal. Like she just like was all over her shit and she just knew her numbers. She followed up, like she's an animal. And I mean, to be honest,
it's so true.
Like VC firms that are mostly male they want to show the world that they get it, that there's with it. And they also know that it's just women and like if they don't attract women founders, they are going to be leaving a lot on the table. And it's going to be harder for their firm and for their portfolio companies to attract women or people of color if they don't walk the talk in some way. And so I think they are more open for business than ever to back a more diverse set of entrepreneurs. So that's great for us, right? We can do this. You just need to know what you need to do.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm Kat, and I'm really excited to introduce you to 3 YC alumni founders. And this is actually going to dovetail really nicely with what Kirsty and Aileen were just talking about, because we're going to be talking a little bit about fundraising, because we all know that that's a big challenge. And then hopefully we can get to a couple questions beyond that. But these 3 women are running companies that cover a wide range of categories. We have something from the sciences, marketplace, feminine hygiene. We also have companies here at different stages. So Erica from Flex just went through YC in the summer, last summer, and raised a seed. Elizabeth went through in, what was it?
Summer 2011.
Summer 2011, and she just announced her Series C raise today. So congratulations, that's huge news. And Vanessa with Goldbelly went through YC in winter 2013 and raised a Series A, right? Series A last year. So we have a wide range of categories. We have a wide range of, kind of stages. So I'm really excited for you all to kind of tell your story. So can you each introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about what your company does, and where you're at today?
Great. So I'm Elizabeth Irons. I'm the founder and CEO of Science Exchange. Science Exchange is a marketplace for outsourced research and development. We work with some of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies, as well as agroscience, cosmetics, aerospace, and food science companies to help them manage their outsourced research and development. We have just raised our Series C. We have been in operation for 6 years, and through that process have built the company now to a global stage, so it's very exciting.
That's awesome. All right, Vanessa. Yeah.
My name is Vanessa Torrevilla, and I am the co-founder and chief creative officer of Goldbelly. As Kat said, we did Winter 2013. We are a marketplace where you can discover the greatest, most iconic regional foods from everywhere in the country shipped to your door. Through us, you can experience places like Momofuku Milk Bar and Magnolia Bakery in New York, Salt Lake Barbecue in Texas, and we ship it to you no matter where you're located. We recently raised $10 million, Series A, and yeah, we're doing pretty well right now.
Erica.
I'm Erica. I'm the co-founder of the Flex company. Like Kat said, we went through YC actually twice last year. And we closed a $4 million seed round in September. Our product is called Flex. It's a new menstrual product that replaces tampons, pads, and menstrual cups. You can wear it for 12 hours. It's disposable. You can have mess-free period sex while wearing it. And we started shipping to customers in October, and we're currently on a multi-million-dollar run rate.
Awesome. So I wanted to do one really quick survey in the audience. How many of you have raised money? Okay. How many of you raised a seed? Series A. Okay, Series B? Okay. So now we know where we're at. Okay, so on a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is easy peasy and 10 is the hardest thing you've ever had to do as founders, how hard do you think, say, raising your seed was on that scale?
For us, it was probably a 4.
Okay, so not the hardest.
No, definitely not the hardest.
I feel like it was more like a 9, raising a seed, because fundraising, it's not something that you want to do. You didn't start a company to fundraise, so I would give it like a 9.
I think the first check is the hardest check you're ever going to close, and that was for sure a really solid 9. And everything beyond that was kind of a 4.
So how far along were your products when you first raised money?
Well, so we manufacture a type 2 medical device that's regulated by the FDA, so we weren't very far at all, because as you can imagine, that costs a lot of money. So we were really an idea and a design and an early prototype and a founding team.
Oh, we had customers, and we were demonstrating growth, and we were generating some good revenue. So
we were super early, so our first money in was Y Combinator actually, and we had nothing, so we didn't have even a website. And then after Y Combinator, we'd built a website and built initial customers and had some revenue, and at that stage was when we raised our angel round.
So you mentioned that getting that first check was really hard. How many investors do you have to talk to, or what was that experience like before you closed? Erica?
Talked to countless investors. For us, fundraising is a lot like hiring. Like, you really want to align yourself with people that you want to continue working with and that you genuinely like. I think Eileen said, don't work with assholes, right? And so it was important to find people in the beginning who not only believed in us, but really believed in the product and believed in the mission that the product would achieve. So,
how did you practice for those first investor meetings? What did practice look like?
I think for us, we got a lot of practice during YC. We were pitching to our peers. We pitched to PG. He gave us some amazing tips on some things that we should really put out front and center. So it was mostly talking to people who were going through similar fundraising instances that we really learned how to do it.
So you tried to pitch to as many other founders who could give you feedback?
Yeah, we wanted to focus on things that people were reacting to and they were like nodding to. So
you wanted them to respond with a question.
Yes.
Not just have glazed.
Yeah. If they looked confused, it was not a good thing what we were saying.
And what did your kind of practice process look like? So part of the challenge here for many of you is sort of selling this company to people, often, a lot of investors are white men, who aren't necessarily your users, right? Most investors aren't scientists, or, they're not women who have periods. So how did you hone that messaging? Like, how did you get to the right, message, that story to tell investors?
Yeah, I think the storytelling is really important, particularly in the early phases. And for us, I'm not sure that we were very good at it at the beginning. So definitely for us, it was a journey, evolution of trying to understand what would resonate with investors as an audience. And what we ultimately came down to was really describing the business. So instead of being very focused on what's most exciting to me, which is enabling breakthrough research, that was not, people got excited about it, but it wasn't to them something that they really wanted to invest money in. And what really resonated with people was when they understood the market size and they understood that this was a new market that was wide open, where no software existed, and that there was a huge transactional cost that Science Exchange would eliminate, that they could really see that the economic benefit of Science Exchange was so compelling that this would be something that could create a truly billion-dollar business. And so that's where we were able to really start to raise significant financing.
Did it take you a few tries? So did you pitch to a few investors who, you were pitching your, as a scientist with someone, from your background, the things that excite you, as you said, aren't the things that excite investors. So did you sort of have a couple people to practice on, or did you make a few mistakes before you got to the right message?
Made lots of mistakes, for sure. I think for us, we tried to tell some interesting stories about use cases that had happened on Science Exchange. Like, one of our favorite ones was NASA used Science Exchange to develop the blackest material ever measured. And we were like, that is so cool. People should really care about this. And it's a great story, but it's not a great investor story. And so not clearly describing why that could create a valuable business opportunity was definitely a mistake. And we sort of evolved from that and actually developed much more of an economic-based pitch, which resonated much, much more strongly.
And Erica, you're going to have to tell us how you pitched a period product. How did you get comfortable doing that even?
I don't know that I am comfortable here even. It was just something that we really believed in, and if we didn't talk about it with everyone, we knew that we wouldn't see it come to life, so that it was something that we had to talk about with everyone. And like you said, a lot of the investors that we were pitching don't have vaginas, don't have periods, and are frankly afraid of both. So when you go in and you're talking about both things simultaneously, they just don't understand it. And so we really focused on, and like the best advice I feel like I can give is like, focus on building a really incredible business that speaks for itself and that they can't avoid. And at that point, the product kind of becomes irrelevant. Although we definitely had conversations where they were like I can't even tell you guys how many times I've heard like, let me ask my wife, or like, can you send a box to my assistant? I'll see what she thinks. And those aren't people that you want to work with anyways. So take that as like, I'm not interested, and move on and find someone that is.
And Vanessa, was every investor just like, food?
No, actually, at the time that we were pitching, the hyper local delivery space was pretty crowded. So we really wanted to make it very clear that you were getting specialty things from someplace else. What we did is that we made sure that we had food present, to illustrate what we were trying to do. So we would bring a key lime pie from Key West. We would also do a lot of research about the investor that we were talking to. We'd find out where they went to school or where they were from, and we made sure to have something there that maybe they had a nostalgic connection to.
Oof, that's a good hack.
Great. Yeah, and it was really cool because by the time they arrived,
everyone's like, yes, bring us some key lime pie.
By the time they arrived at the meeting and sat down, they saw the food item and they understood what we were trying to do. So we didn't have to go through all of this explaining anymore. And then the other thing that we used to do is that then we'd follow up with another food item delivered to them. So food, man, food sells.
So when you are trying to figure out, you're getting ready to pitch to investors for the first time, how did you know what metrics they wanted to see? How did you figure that out?
We just asked. If Sequoia is your super hot dream boat, don't set that up as your first meeting. No. Go into find an angel that you're also interested in, but it's not your number one pick, and start practicing there and ask them what metrics do you need to see in a company at my stage, and what would you be looking for, and they'll tell you.
I think in our instance, our seed was raised on vision. We were talking about our vision, our experience, the team, the market size. So it was less about like what our metrics were, and it's more about like how are you guys going to win and why are you guys going to win. I think that by the time we went to raise our Series A, our seed investors were really key in giving us guidance on like what were the KPIs that were really relevant that would make investors interested in us. So it was through our seed investors that we learned what metrics to really put front and center.
Yeah, and I think related to that, those KPIs are going to be critical for your business anyway. So really understanding what those KPIs are based on the business type and then tracking those rigorously as you're growing the company. And then those will give you sort of benchmarks for where you need to be when you're going into each round of fundraising.
So how has it changed as you went through a seed, an A, a B, and now a C? How has it changed throughout that process?
Yeah, for me, I think actually the industry has also changed a lot in that time as well. So I think when we started Science Exchange 2011, it was right at that kind of bubble when people were starting to think about becoming entrepreneurs, but definitely not at the level of interest that there is now, that you see the huge number of people in the audience today. And so that's amazing to see so many people wanting to become entrepreneurs, but it also creates a different level of expectation around where you should be as a company at each round of financing. So for us, when we raised our Series A, our Series A was like $3 or $4 million, and that was great. That was like totally normal back then, and now I think the median is close to 10 million. So it's a very different type of expectation around where you should be, what stage of company you should be when you're raising each of these rounds. Certainly for us, we saw that same focus on vision, on market opportunity, and on team being very important in the early stages, and then much more focus on, okay, how are you showing true product market fit? And in our Series C, that was very critical, that you had very large enterprise clients that were actually using this platform extensively, and that you had genuinely proved out the business model and the cost of acquisition and all of those components, that investing this money would actually immediately go into creating an ROI for those investors.
Right. So, as you've all gone through the fundraising process, we've seen the numbers, not a huge percentage of women get funded. Do you think that at any point in the process you face specific challenges because you're women?
Sure, absolutely, right? We face unique challenges being women. I think I really struggle with this question because raising money is hard, hard stop. It is hard for anyone. And you don't want to go into a negotiation or into a meeting thinking oh, this is going to be harder for me because I'm a woman, because you're giving that person the upper hand. So it's not to say that it's not happening, but it's how do you not think about that so that you can go into that meeting and you can actually be the one who is changing that percentage or that statistic?
It's a little bit hard for me to answer that question because my co-founder he was my boyfriend, now he's my husband. So I just feel for us as long as we're, focusing on growth and we're showing, demonstrating product market fit, that we're gonna do well. I didn't feel like my gender had anything to do with where we are today.
Yeah, and I think as you get into the later stages of financing, you see perhaps less because there is much more focus on metrics. So being able to quantitatively show that your business is actually at a point where it deserves to raise a certain amount of financing kind of removes an element of bias, even if it's unconscious. So my suspicion is that those earliest rounds, the angel rounds, are probably where it's most difficult and where you might face some bias. And I think we were very fortunate. I also have a co-founder who's a man. I don't know if that helped us or not, but I certainly think that if you can push through and get that initial funding, then you start to get traction, and that traction actually, trumps any kind of weird gender issues.
Yeah, so that's an interesting, I've had a lot of conversations, and it seems like getting those first checks are the hardest for women, and then also that's probably the most vulnerable. So for things that happen, it's usually at that stage before you already have a network of investors who kind of can help you through the later stages of the process. So for folks that are maybe raising their first, their seed, their A, what do you have advice? What is it if someone were to come to you and say, "Hey, can you help me? I'm pitching investors next week." What one or two things would you want to impart to them?
I think that about a Series A, what we did differently is that we prepared much better for our Series A than we did for our seed. We made sure that we had our financial model, pretty ready to go. All of our data was ready. All of our KPIs were on display. And we made sure to study up on all of the key metrics that investors at a Series A level would be interested in. So by the time we had our meetings, we already had all of the information that they were going to ask. We weren't scrambling to we weren't having different conversations at different times. We were having the same conversation with everyone, showing everyone the same information. And we just studied up and prepared before we had our first Series A meeting.
So that's echoes something that Eileen was saying. You have to know those numbers cold and by heart.
Yeah, and it's not just your numbers. By the Series A, you should also know who you want to talk to. Most of the time, you're going to start talking to people that have already invested in you and at the seed level, or you're going to reach out to firms that can help you, get to the next stage. So you're going to have to do a lot more preparing before doing a Series A than you would a seed.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even at the seed stage, I think that being prepared is so important. There's so much research that you can do. There's so many, all of you in this room, there are so many people you can talk to about, what has their experience been like? What are the averages? What should I be looking for? Go talk to other investors. Like I said, ask them what they're looking for and put that together for the people that you really, really want on your cap table.
Yeah. And so how do you identify those people that you want to talk to, right? So how do you figure out who might be interested in funding a feminine care product?
Well, there aren't many that fund feminine care products. But look for companies that are similar, if not in your category, similar to what you're trying to achieve. So we have a feminine hygiene product, but we're also an e-commerce company. So what investors have a really strong presence in e-commerce? What investors have invested in female founders? Stuff like that.
Yeah, we were looking for investors that had expertise in consumer brands and marketplaces. So we did a lot of research about who could really give us some really great advice, right?
Where do you go? Is it you just go to Crunchbase or AngelList?
Yeah, you literally stalk the investor.
Yeah.
You look at their LinkedIn, you see what boards they're on. Yeah, and if you're in part of the startup community, you already know what kind of firms focus on different industries. So.
And how much did fellow founders kind of help you out? Did folks offer to introduce you to their investors, or they said, "Hey, I know someone"? Did that ever work? Reaching out to folks in your community?
So one thing that we've always done is if we needed an intro to an investor, we would either reach out to a YC partner or to any of our peers that maybe had some kind of connection. Through LinkedIn, you can figure out who's connected to who. So. We would just ask for personal intros.
And how did you divide responsibility on your team? So as a lot of you know, when you fundraise, it sort of takes so much of your time and focus. So how did you keep the company running while you were out there pitching investors? What did that breakdown look like?
Yeah, that's definitely very challenging at the earliest stages. And again, I think that's that's something where minimizing the time at which you're actually fundraising and being very focused about when you're fundraising and when you're not fundraising is very important, because you have to have really strong metrics going into the fundraise. And then if it's just 3 co-founders and 2 of you are fundraising, you're going to have a dip in your metrics because you're doing nothing else except fundraising. And so that's very challenging. I think once you get beyond that initial phase of only having a few people in the company, hopefully you're at a point where the company should continue to operate more or less seamlessly without you being in the office every day, and that's a lot easier. So definitely our Series C was so much easier from that regard, but I think it would be great to hear how you guys handled that.
So for our seed round, everything slowed down, right? Our entire team was focused on somehow helping raise the round. But by the time we did the Series A, our CEO, Joe, he basically did the round as I focused on operations. I made sure that we were still running and that we were still growing, that we were sticking to our goals and our metrics month to month, so we could, keep making money.
So the vast majority of running the company was up to you for a while.
Yes.
For the amount, how long did it take?
We did it pretty quickly. The reason we did it pretty quickly is because we had gotten profitable before we went out for our Series A, which I forgot to mention. That also helps speed up the process. If you've already worked out your unit economics and you've become profitable, then you have a little bit more leverage to have I feel like a faster fundraise process. So probably I would say just a couple months, yeah. But I was basically involved in the day-to-day for our product and our marketing and BD as he was focusing on talking to investors.
Erica.
Yeah, similar for us. We have 3 co-founders. Our CEO, Lauren, really focused on fundraising. And we always say I kind of stayed home and made sure that the kids were still growing, which meant that keeping the company running and keeping the traction that we were showing investors, making sure that it was continuing.
If you could go back in time and give yourself a piece of advice to when you were first starting a company, first starting the company, what would you tell yourself? Doesn't have to be about fundraising, just generally.
I think a lesson that I've learned being a founder is when you start your company, you're pretty obsessed, and you put your everything and your all into your work, into your product, into what you're trying to build, and you kind of lose yourself. You feel that if you work 24/7, you're going to be better, and you're going to help your company take off. But what you don't realize is that you can burn out if you're just working 24/7. If you leave work and go home and continue to work, you're not going to make better decisions for your company. It's actually going to slow you down. So it took me a couple of years to figure out how to have a good life and work balance.
I think I had no idea how hard being a founder was going to be, and not that that's advice, but more so how, I wish I could have, or I wish I would have met more founders in the beginning to have talked to about it and learn from them and just be able to bitch about everything that you have to go through, because it's hard. It's really hard.
I hope you all use each other for that.
I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I definitely think that learning process of trying to get advice earlier, trying to not be afraid to sort of talk about the challenges you're facing, and everyone is always crushing it and doing so well on the outside, and that's at times you feel well, maybe I'm not doing well enough, and you don't know who you can really talk to about it. And I think the reality is everybody feels like that, and that if you're just really honest about that, people will say, oh yeah, you know what, I had the exact same thing, and I'm so worried about it as well. And you can realize that every single company is so messed up. and I remember Jessica talking about this at one of the Female Founders conferences, and I was like, that's really true. I mean, you always think that everything that you're doing is so much worse than everybody else. But the reality is everybody is just trying their best and creating these amazing companies in the process, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect for anybody along the way.
Cool. Thank you guys so much for taking the time. Thank you. I'm going to move. Feel free to exit this way. Yes. And now I'm really, really excited to introduce you to our next speaker, Morgan DeBon. She's the founder of Blavity. So Blavity has, grown into the largest media company and lifestyle brand for Black millennials. So Morgan started Blavity in 2014, and since then they've built a community of over 7 million readers, and they've raised $1 million, which they announced last year. So I'm really excited to introduce her to you and hear more of her story. So welcome, Morgan. Hi. Hello. I moved on to this couch so we could get real cozy.
I love it.
Hi. Okay, so I want to, so for folks who might not know you very well, I'd like to just kick it off. Tell us a little bit about yourself, maybe where you're from, and what you were doing before you started Blavity.
Totally. So I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, Midwest.
Any St. Louis out there? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, some? Okay. So I went to school at WashU in St. Louis, as did my 3 other co-founders. And I actually started off wanting to be a teacher. That's how I was going to change the world, and particularly like Black youth and giving more access. And then I got in the classrooms and very quickly realized that even the best principals and the best teachers were totally restricted by laws, regulations, et cetera. And so I was like, I'll be a politician. No problem. And so I switched my major. I became a poli-sci major. I was in student government. And then realized that everyone was influenced by money, right? That we all know that now, especially after what's going on. But, and so I was like, okay, well, this is interesting. How do I both help the people that I care about in my community make enough money so that I can influence other people and make better decisions? And technology and entrepreneurship is one of the best ways to do that. And so that kind of started my journey. And then after I graduated from college, moved to Silicon Valley and to Mountain View specifically, and worked at Intuit as a product manager. So I went, big culture shock, I think, moving from St. Louis to the Bay, but here we are.
So what was the original vision? Like, at what point did you decide to leave Intuit and start?
So that's a great question. I think part of it was I've always been tinkering. I've always been kind of making things. Blavity is just the first one you've heard of, right?
So you had a bunch of side projects?
Tons of side projects, websites. And I think when I was...
Can you tell us about one random one that didn't work?
Of course.
Okay.
Let's see. Which do we want? The biggest failure?
Yes.
The one that I think is still a really good idea.
Okay, can we do both really quick?
Okay, the biggest failure was, personal finance. So basically, when you graduate, when you're in college, you have no money, right? Like maybe you have like a couple $1,000s, but like, you don't really have any money. Then you graduate and you go work at a Google or an Intuit and you're making $50,000 plus, like out of nowhere, right? And a lot of people don't know what the allocation should be for savings or spending on rent or if you want to buy a car. And so it was a personal finance calculator. There's like thousands of those. There's no differentiation or anything. So it was a good idea, but like not really a business. And then the one that I still think is a really good idea, I did in college with 2 other of my friends. One is now my CTO, and the other one has gone on to raise millions of dollars, Emmanuel Bamfo. And it was called Quad Connect. And so it was basically you could find free food on campus. So this was before Facebook events really were a thing. So we were scraping all these campus calendars and then aggregating it. And because at the end of the semester you run out of food, meal points, and so you're trying to find all these free food events.
Yeah.
No one's done it. So if someone decides to do it, just let me know.
This is like a classic college student problem. I'm surprised actually no one has solved it yet.
Right?
Totally, yeah. Okay, but going back to Blavity, what was the original vision for Blavity that you had, and how has it evolved?
Yeah, so the original vision, which is still actually the same today, is to create products and experiences in which we're celebrating Black people, and it's the problem that we saw and the problem that I saw was a few different things. One, working at Intuit, what was really exciting was they're really great at designing. They're really good at creating experiences. Like TurboTax is supposed to be really boring, but it's like not that bad, you know? It's not that painful. QuickBooks, same thing, right? Now that I'm on the other side, I'm like, oh, I love QuickBooks, right? But that process of learning like how to design for delight, how to be really specific about creating a product for a specific user and being like ruthless about who you're creating for, what I realized was that no one was doing that for me. And so there's 1,000 problems that Black people have and people of color have and women have that this entire industry ignores. And so with Blavity, we wanted to create different products and we wanted to create different experiences to kind of fix that. And then, you know, the thing on the personal side is that Mike Brown happened when I was working at Intuit, and I was actually at Demandforce, which was a startup that Intuit had bought. And it's like, it's a great company, but it's very white and very bro, and it's a sales company. And so I was in business development, so I was kind of like, sitting on the floor, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. They didn't really know what to do with me. My hair was like really big. There's like, I don't really know where you came from. I came from like the motherland because I came from Intuit, you know? So it was just like, it was a lot, I think, for people, and I felt that. And I kind of carried it with me. And then when Mike Brown happened and my world was exploding, you know, being from St. Louis and watching things happen on Facebook, and again, you have to remember that this was 2-3 years ago, so this was before trending topics on Facebook, right? So it was very difficult to find information, so you had to go to Twitter and Periscope and Vine, and there was a lot of things happening where there was no central way to find out what was happening in a city, and then things started to explode across the country, right? Things were happening in Baltimore, things were happening in Cleveland, things were happening in St. Louis, and so individual people became our sources of information. Now these people, you know, we know who they are, D-Ray, Netta, Sean, right? But back then, they were like just normal people. And so to find them was really difficult. And so Blavity had started, like we had started to tinker a little bit, but that's when I ultimately quit and said, we need to do this. Black media is moving too slow because they're antiquated in terms of magazines and newspapers. They never really made the switch to mobile first and digital first. And then millennial media, they don't care.
Yeah.
You know, we care a little bit more now, but back then nobody was really paying attention. So that's the beginning.
Yeah. So since then, you know, so basically, maybe going back to that first moment, how did you get your very first users?
Yeah, so we started as an email newsletter, and one of the insights was that Black people and people of color actually over-index in watching television. So it's about 8 hours a day on average. It's a lot. The average person watches about 5. And at the same time, we're huge content creators. Like anything on Twitter, the funniest stuff on Twitter probably came from a Black person. The memes, like all of that stuff, right? And so it was interesting to me that you take both of those things, and yet we don't really have a place to find that in one place. You kind of have to like be a cool kid and like be able to find it. And so Blavity, what we were doing was curating an email newsletter that was your top 10 things you needed to see this week, and they were videos.
And did it start out as just you curating everything?
Oh yeah, and like there's probably some people in the audience where I just scraped your email and put it on the newsletter. So yeah, and then we went straight to YouTube from the newsletter, and then we spent 2 months building this really cool website. It had all the algorithms and stuff, and so instead of from the newsletter to YouTube, you went to the website. Again, this is back when Upworthy was a thing, and Facebook, right? There's all these different things happening. Everybody hated it. They did not like going to this other website. They're like, no, we're just going to go to YouTube. And so that was our first fail. And we kept iterating from there. But yeah, it was an email newsletter in the beginning.
So how did you realize that people weren't into the video aspect of this and really wanted that text? They wanted to read.
Right. So I thought that it was just because the site was ugly, because it was. You always launch things really ugly in the beginning, because why make it pretty if you don't know if that's what they want? So then I made it prettier. Right? I was like, okay, fine, we'll go lighter, we'll add some call to action buttons, all these things. Nobody cared. So then it was like, okay, how do we drive traffic? Maybe people just need to learn how to type in blavity.com, they're not used to the brand. So we started doing content marketing. So we created a blog and then wrote stories about the people actually behind the videos. And I hired bloggers. I didn't pay them because we didn't have any money, but I brought on bloggers, and And then the blog was getting like 1,000 times more traffic than the videos themselves. And the URL was like insane, right? It was like blog.blavity.com/blog. Like it was ridiculous. And so I was looking, I track everything religiously, like every day, Google Analytics every hour, looking at real-time analytics, and you can see the difference, and I just didn't ignore it. And so we switched it. So blavity.com became the blog, and then videos.blavity.com became the video site, and that site just died, just like dead. But the blog, I spent a weekend making a WordPress site versus another site that we spent 2 months and hard-coded everything. It was supposed to be this big tech thing.
So how do you?
Yeah.
That's like, how do you kill your darlings? Like something that you spent 2 months birthing, basically, and suddenly you realize it's not going to work out.
I kill my darlings all the time, left and right, all the time. I think failing fast is like part of how you move in this world, particularly in technology space, and especially consumer social media engagement community. So yeah, I am agnostic about how we reach people. I just want to make sure that we do.
So you have built this incredibly passionate community. I see people tweeting about Blavity all the time. Yeah. And like, how did you go about growing and nurturing that community and keeping them coming back?
So the first thing, which is part of our values, is that we don't make it about us. Mm-hmm. So Blavity, we always try to ask ourselves, how does this help someone else? Is it information that they can use? Is it a video that's going to make them laugh while they're sitting at work feeling lonely? Is it information in the morning that they would never get if they were just scrolling through their Twitter feeds, unless they followed us, of course. And once you remove yourself from what do I think people need versus what is it that will help them because they've said that they need this or they've indicated through behaviors that they need it, then it actually becomes really refreshing and easy because you just have to listen. So in the beginning with Blavity, what we heard was that creators, like young people who have these amazing products or creations, weren't getting the press and weren't able to get on stage and do the things that they needed to do to get to the next level and to really ultimately monetize. Mm-hmm. That's every creator's kind of got to make money, right? And so we said, okay, we're going to be about the culture. Like, we're going to promote the artist in Brooklyn. We're going to promote the EP that just launched that the Fader's not going to cover. We're going to give them cameras. We're going to give them resources. And we're going to try to train them and give them money even. And that was the beginning. And then what's interesting is as they've grown, we've grown, right? So Quinta B, who's huge at BuzzFeed, well, 3 years ago, we put a camera in Quinta's hand, and we're like, go run around. It was a GoPro. We're like, go run around, and just show us your life, and then we'll make a video out of it, right? And now she's one of my best friends, and so she's got literally millions and millions of followers. But back then, she maybe had like 50,000, right? So I think focusing on the community and focusing on building from the ground up as opposed from the top down was really important.
So it's really about empowering the creators and the community, and
Right.
it's not about like your editorial vision anymore. And
Right. Let's get out of the way. Right? And so we've invested a lot of time and money on building out the platform of Blavity. We're not on WordPress anymore. We've built our own website and our own CMS, a content management system, so that we can enable user-generated content. So about 50% of our content today is actually from the community, which has its own problems. But in the long run, it does.
all communities, definitely.
Right.
I hear you.
Curating. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
But in the long run, it's way better. It's scalable. It's empowering. You can build things, systems, and processes that make it efficient and frictionless for people to share their stories and their ideas.
So you raised $1 million.
A little bit more, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Awesome. Well, you raised more than $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah. I had another round that hasn't really been announced.
Oh, well, awesome. Congrats.
Yeah,
So, as we've been talking about, it's particularly difficult for women or people of color to raise. And so did you, feel like there were barriers that you faced? And what was your strategy for getting around them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I made the mistake that a lot of first-time founders make, which is you go and look at your competitors, right? You go stalk them on AngelList, you look at them on Crunchbase, and you're like, okay, well, who invested in them? We're like them, but for us. And so I'm going to go talk to them. They're going to get it. No, that's not true. They might get it, but they're like, well, I already did that. Or they're going to compare your numbers to their numbers. And so for me, like thinking about Mike or Hello Giggles or Refinery way back in the day, like they had already raised money, some of them even before they launched, right? So my numbers and their numbers, not gonna match up, right? So I'm like, well, can you take out all that money they spent on Facebook ads and then compare me? You know, no, the investors, that's too far down. And so in the beginning, I definitely made the mistake of going after, and I'm sharing my mistakes intentionally so that you guys, we all make mistakes, right? It's just part of it. And then quickly realized that I wasn't ready. I didn't have the right story. My story was way off. People couldn't understand the ecosystem that I was trying to build with Blavity. They just saw, so you're a blog on WordPress, and you don't even write. Like, you aren't a journalist, right? And I'm like, I mean, like, yes, technically that is what I am today, but the vision is this entire world of products and websites and brands and experiences, and I can't tell you what those are yet, but because it's in such an underserved community, and because we're gonna work really hard, we're gonna figure it out. And I just need a little bit more time and a little bit more space.
So you hadn't, you were like, here's where we're at today, but you didn't have that, like, and here's the bigger vision.
I had some ideas, but then they said, oh, you're doing too many things, you're not focused, right? I was like, well, no, I am focused, you know? Like, I'm here, but you have to sell it, right? And so I didn't do it well. I mean, it was flat out, I did not sell the story very well. And so I went back into my little cave with our team and kept building, and built to a place where it was so ridiculous that we had not raised money, where it was like, we walk into the room and people were like, those cannot be your numbers. And we're like, they are, right? And so then people had to make a choice. Do you want to invest in me or not? Do you believe my numbers or not, right? And do you think that this is a business that's worth over $200, $300, $400 million or not? And there was no ambiguity there, and some people, the answer was no, right? And they're like, no, I don't believe it. I'm like, okay, bye, right? Because I believed it, and I think, you know, now, obviously, 3 years later, there's some people who have been like, hey. Or I'm like, right? No, you don't get in this deal. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's true.
So you made it so good they couldn't ignore you.
Absolutely. Which is hard. When you're bootstrapping, it's expensive, right?
And so how long did you bootstrap?
Bootstrapped for a year, living in San Francisco, which was really hard. I was on that OPO.
And how big was your team then?
Paid? Zero. Unpaid, we had probably around 6 or 7 people, or paid via what I could pay them at the time, $100 a month, $500 a month. I mean, it was very much a community and mission-driven company. You had to really believe in it to be here. But yeah, and so when I raised our first round, it really went to just pay for all the things that I was already personally paying for, and to hire the people that were already working for free. So it didn't actually go very far. But it was a success indicator that I think the market could then say, okay, now we can go give them some more money.
So how has your job changed from the time you were bootstrapping to now?
Yeah, I mean, I would have never done this when I was bootstrapping. I'd be like, I'm working. I can't be on stage. Yeah, I think that now it's very much about people and hiring and sharing the story of Blavity, because we are so different than a lot of companies. We're a mix of media, we're a mix of tech, we're definitely a lot of culture and trends. And so, yeah, I spent a lot of my time just trying to remove barriers from my team, make it easier for them to do their jobs, and then storytelling and making sure that people know what we're up to.
So what are the next steps for Blavity? Like, what is the big vision?
Yeah. So just to kind of share a little bit more about what we do. So Blavity is a media company and lifestyle brand, like you said. We have 2 conferences, Afrotech, which is a tech conference here in San Francisco, and we have Empower Her, which is a women's conference, which moves around. It was just in Chicago a few weeks ago. We have 3 websites. So we have Blavity.com, 2190, which is a new brand that we just launched for Black women specifically, lifestyle brand, and then the conference ladders up underneath it. And then we actually acquired a 3rd company that we just announced last quarter called Shadow and Act, which is focused on, it's like a Black Hollywood reporter. So, you know, what's Ava DuVernay doing? What's Issa Rae doing? What's the trailer that just got released? But also because of such a huge kind of energy around video creation and Black creators, we can curate engage with people with web series, all the new web series releases and things like that. And then we've tested a lot of things like e-commerce and others. So that's kind of the world that we are right now. And
how do you decide what to test out or what to sort of keep and what to kill?
Yeah, it's very much based off of numbers. It's very much based off of like speed of traction and then comparing different things at once. So for example, with our women's brand, which started off called Blavity Lifestyle, so it's just a separate Instagram account because we knew that, if we posted women and their afros and like all this stuff on our Blavity account, all the guys would be like, right? And so we're like, okay, cool, we'll create a separate brand. It deserves its own space, it deserves its own voice. And then that was actually growing faster than Blavity. And we're like, oh, of course it is, right? Women are amazing, and we're very much like, and I'm a woman, right? Like all these things. And so then we're like, okay, well, we'll launch a Twitter account, right? And we didn't have separate websites at all. It was all going back to blavity.com. But we had separate voices on social. And then from there, we're like, okay, well, maybe we should start writing content specifically for this demographic. And then that was growing like crazy. And then we said, okay, well, maybe we should just launch a separate brand because some of the things that we want to do really don't fit under the Blavity brand. Like if I want to release make a notebook that's like a day planner that's talking about living your best life for women and like put afros in the cover and like all this stuff, like that's not going to work on Blavity. It warrants its own brand. And so we went back to the drawing board and said, okay, what would a company for Black women look like? What would a brand for a Black woman look like? What's in the space already? And then we went back from the scratch and designed it and launched.
That's really cool. So you have all these different properties, and so kind of longer term, are you just going to keep experimenting and see what works, or are you driving towards a specific, one specific goal?
Yeah. So the future of Blavity, like way far away from now, is that Blavity is a brand that when you see it or you feel it or you're around it, you know exactly what you're going to get, and it's a positive impression and energy around Black people. So, and if you're Black, it's like, oh, this was designed exactly for me. So for example, if Blavity throws a party, you know what you're probably gonna get, right? If we're gonna do a music festival, you know you're probably gonna get Solange, Chance the Rapper, Donald Glover, right? Like you can kind of say in your mind what we're gonna do, or what that might look like, what that experience might look like. If we're gonna do a Netflix show, right? People might be like, okay, like maybe a Dear White People vibe, like, there's some things that we can do and expand into from a brand perspective that will just be an extension of who we are. On the website side and on the media company side, I certainly think there's plenty of communities that have not been touched. So for example, music. There's not many music media brands that focus on Black culture, which is ironic considering how much Black musicians run the music industry, right? Are the creators of the music industry. And so that's certainly an area that we're thinking about and trying to figure out what is our voice in kind of the indie Black creator space.
For founders who are building brands right now and focusing on that, what do you have specific advice for them?
Yeah, I think be unapologetic about having a big vision. I think in the beginning, I felt like the world couldn't take all of me. They were like, it's a little much, right? Like, you're doing a lot. And so I sliced it down so that they could understand me. And I think I did that too long. Sometimes you might have to do it to get to a certain person, but I think that from a mental perspective, it took me too long to just embrace everything that I wanted us to be. And now that we have as a company, that I think everyone feels much more empowered to think big and to try things and not be as scared of failure.
Was there a fear that you were going to lose focus? Was that it? Like that you edited down because you were like, I want, maybe investors to believe that we are focused on this particular.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you solve for what you think is your biggest pain point, and when you act out of fear, I think that you limit yourself, and that's a problem.
How do you get over that fear?
I don't know. I'm still working on it. I mean, I think that it's being self-aware and surrounding yourself with people who believe in you, I'm lucky to have a very strong tribe of people who are always pushing me and always saying, keep going, go bigger, go harder, go faster. And I think that's really important, particularly for women, to have that community because it is tough. It's very difficult.
So if you could give advice to female founders, especially Black female founders out there who are just starting out, what would you tell them?
I would say you don't have to ask for permission. I think sometimes we wait for other people to validate us because we've spent a lot of time not being validated and not seeing ourselves in places. For example, when I said I was going to quit my job and run a startup, everyone was like, name me a Black female founder. And I was like, And they're like, okay, now name me a Black CEO, a Black female CEO who doesn't have a law degree or an engineering degree or a business degree. And I was like, ooh, and so there's all these reasons and all this data that shows that we shouldn't exist, right? If you look at the numbers, you literally wouldn't go outside.
Yeah.
So it's true. So it's so don't listen to them. Don't ask for permission. Don't wait for someone to tell you that it's okay to be great and to do what you want to do. So that's my advice.
That's awesome. We're right on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you to Morgan.
Hi, everyone. I guess I'm mic'd up. I can stand right here. I'm just here to introduce our next speaker, who's one of my just favorite people, Diane Greene. She is, you all, I'm sure, know her, so she needs no introduction, but she's the chief of Google's cloud businesses, and prior to that, amongst many of the things she did, she was the founder and CEO of VMware. So she's going to come out, say a few words, then I'm going to come out and join her and do some Q&A for her talk. So welcome, Diane.
Hi. I was trying to figure out what to do because I like to read my notes, and the lectern was too high for my 5'1" self. It's just such a total pleasure for me to be here. More than 800 female founders from all over the world. Some of you just yeah. So some of you probably starting your careers, and many of you in the early stages of your developing your companies. And I think it's just incredibly exciting. There's so much possibility sitting in this room, this one auditorium. And imagine all the interesting challenges that you're going to surmount, and all that's you're going to be required to navigate. So, a little bit about myself. I've been a co-founder and CEO of 3 startups, and the first was vExtreme in 1995, where we developed a low-bandwidth streaming video technology. We could stream sort of postage-sized videos across the internet. And we sold this to Microsoft in 1997 for $75 million, and that became the basis of Microsoft's movie player. My second startup was VMware, and we launched the virtualization revolution, and we founded that in 1998, and we took it public in 2007, and the market cap closed that day at $19.1 billion. So my last startup to date was Bebop, which we founded in 2013, and then we sold it to Google in 2015 for $380 million. And I committed my portion of the proceeds to a nonprofit through a donor-advised fund. Okay, thank you. Okay, so before these start out, I don't usually get so much applause. You're a great audience. Before these startups, I built inside of larger companies. At Sybase, the first tech company I worked at, before that I was a naval architect, I developed asynchronous input-output software to make the database run faster. And actually, we were able to beat Oracle and Ingres and all the other database companies at the benchmarks. And, and yeah, it was cool. And then I went to Tandem. They actually fired my boss, who was a woman, and she went to, it was a mistake. She was running engineering, and I went to Tandem with her. And anyhow, there I helped create a hybrid architecture to run an open Unix-based world. Tandem had the best transaction processing system in the world, but it was proprietary. And then at SGI, I developed streaming video solutions. And that was part of the Time Warner Interactive television project, which was actually a precursor to the World Wide Web. And a lot of people in that group went out. Netscape was one of the companies. A lot of companies started out of that. And then as a tech investor, I've advised and put seed money into a lot of startups. And they include two companies that are now public, Cloudera and Pure Storage, and also Unity Technologies, which is the gaming developer platform, and several others. Unfortunately, my schedule's now such that I no longer have the time to provide seed money or advice to startups. But anyhow, I've learned a lot of lessons along the way, and I'm going to now look back and attempt to identify and share them with you. My first lessons were at a very young age. My mother was the latest in a pretty strong, principled Midwestern school teacher lineage. And my father was a brilliant hard-driving engineer and entrepreneur. And I was the second youngest in my family, a little girl in a crowd of very competitive and dominating brothers. And we lived on a creek that fed into the Chesapeake Bay. And my father conveyed his love of the water to me. And I soon found myself taking off on long sails in my little sailing dinghy. And this was formative. I had suddenly, was the mistress of my world and in charge of a boat. And on my own, overcoming the challenges that the sea would present to me. And later on, I would race bigger boats and windsurfers. I won the Women's National Dinghy Sailing Championships. I raced long distance to Bermuda and down both of America's coasts. And I windsurfed across the open ocean from Maui to Molokai and back. It's actually an amazing story, but I'm not going to go into it. But more than anything, I think my connection to the sea has really helped me develop my independence and a sense of importance and value of my own vision. And to sail successfully, you need to observe with great care. You need to identify what the wind and the water are telling you, and then find a way to execute to reach whatever goal you've set, be it simply making it home to port or winning a race. Building a company is so much like racing a sailboat. You need a plan and then the ability to reevaluate the plan in real time as new information is acquired. Suddenly the wind changes, or a competitor is stronger than you thought they'd be. And each mark in the race is a milestone where you need to look up and evaluate what you're doing, how you're doing. And so when you campaign a sailboat, you need to be in the moment. You need to let go of your self-doubt. And yet, you can't lose the ability to question your decisions. So most of all, when it's time to make a decision, a competitor's come upon you or the wind shifted, you make it. The race won't wait for you. And finally, when you race a sailboat, the selection of your crew is just completely paramount. It's impossible to be an effective skipper if you don't have the right people working harmoniously in the right roles. So what does all this mean in terms when founding or running a company? At VExtreme, I learned that the founders need to be solidly aligned and that a startup maybe has a better chance of success when the number of founders is limited. Too many cooks can spoil the broth. Most of all, I learned that no one is indispensable, and it's essential to get the right mix of people, talents, and personalities. VMware was really the beginning of an industry revolution. And from that, I learned what it takes to induce the market to accept a profound innovation. It's essential to design and market a major innovation in a way that makes its adoption non-disruptive. That makes it easy to integrate with an established order, an established way of doing things, even if the innovation ultimately supplants that order. So for example, one of the things that made our sales take off, we had this virtualization layer, but we built a tool that would take a workload running in a physical machine and just magically put it in a virtual machine, and everything just ran the same. And that was a phenomenal sales tool for us. At VMware, I also was reminded not to let step backs make you stop thinking. If a puzzle can't be solved one way, there's always another. It's just a matter of navigation. We were really disappointed when we learned that VMware would not be able to sell through IBM due to IP issues. But then we turned it into an advantage where we were able to work with IBM to enlist all of their star resellers to take us to market. Finally, at VMware, I learned how essential it is to create the right corporate culture. We worked hard to foster a sense of the importance of each and every person, and the importance of each and every person, and also what their role was in the furtherance of the company's objectives, and to create an open culture that would make it easy for people to communicate, collaborate, and share ideas. And indeed, we designed our corporate campus with exactly these goals in mind, if any of you have ever been to VMware. And then Bebop also provided an interesting set of lessons. I think it may be my last startup, but you really learn every time. My original co-founder didn't stay with the company, and I was at first sort of a bit out of my element. We were attempting to reinvent how enterprise applications are built so they'd be simple to use and more effective in attaining their objectives. But the basic look and feel, the design of our first attempts was just off, and we persevered, and Bebop became a powerhouse for design thinking and for tools to build enterprise applications. Tenaciousness really pays off. And now, finally, as head of Google Cloud, I'm learning that it's possible to build an enterprise startup inside a mega company. Once again, the cultures of both the parent and the in-house startup are crucial. And we're a pretty big startup. Yeah, we serve 7 apps that have over 1 billion active users. Anyhow, we're big. But and once again, it is all about having the right people in the right roles. And finally, it's about never taking your eye off creating value for customers and partners. So the bottom line when sailing a boat or building a company is that you give it your all. You give it your all, not because you're supposed to, not because that's what makes you win, but because you have respect for your goal and you enjoy the process. As a company founder, enjoy building things. You enjoy creating value. And the commitment that comes from loving what you do is what will nourish you. It will satisfy you and it will make you unafraid of failure. You may lose this race or that one, but sailing ahead with everything you have will still be a pleasure. You may make a fortune, but the fortune will be incidental. If your goals are worthy, it's the process that will count, and that understanding will be your greatest source of strength, no matter what the adversity. So thank you, and now Jessica's going to come out and ask me questions.
I'm going to sit here.
Oh, okay.
Sit right there.
Come over here.
All right, well, we'll just get into this because I have a whole list of questions, and we'll see how many we'll get through. So I'm going to selfishly ask a question because I'm very interested. When you started VMware, it was in the late 90s, but a very
98.
exciting time. Were any of you in Silicon Valley in 98? Raise your hand. Okay, we got some hands. I want to hear more about it. I want to hear what was Silicon Valley like, and sort of how did you get started with VMware?
Yeah. Well, it was interesting the way I got started. I co-founded VMware with my husband as a professor at Stanford, and he was doing research, and he had sent me an email. I was actually the one startup I didn't mention I was working on at the time, and he sent me this mail because I was a sort of a advisor to that, so I never counted, but it actually went public. But but anyhow, he got this email from all these people up at Microsoft about a paper that was supposedly under blind review, and I'm like, oh man, you really got to get a patent filed here. And then I'm like, this is just so valuable, your research, we should take it to market. And then we kind of did it with our grad students. And we weren't, it turned out it was just, we did this thing, and it was right at the beginning of the .com era. And there was pets.com and webvan.com and these companies that were raising huge amounts of money. And I can remember I went to some party, and I'm talking to this guy, and he's like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, we're building this software that you can put on your machine. It'll let you run multiple, it'll multiplex all the resources. And he just looked at me and he goes, this is hopeless, and like, you really got
Seemed like a dubious idea.
In fact, I couldn't even get a PR firm to come and work with us because it was all about thinking big and this whole .com thing. It wasn't that hard to get engineers because we were such deep technology, they understood what we did, but getting business side people was pretty much impossible.
And so companies were just sort of getting slapped together and going public.
Well, I don't know if they were slapped together, but they were going public right and left, that's for sure. Yeah. In fact, the company that I advised that went public, I was stunned.
Did you have any equity?
I did. It was bizarre.
So then, did your husband, tell me how you got started specifically with VMware. Did he say, okay, come on board now, as like we're making
Well, it was
real?
me. I was like, I think you should do a company. And I said, I'll help you. And
famous last words.
And then I found out I was pregnant. And I said, look, I'll get it going. But then, I was about to have our second kid. And I was like, can't do a startup. And then we had his 2 grad students that were going to join us. And so I said, I better tell them I'm going to have a baby. And I did. And they were like, so. And so I'm like, okay. So we did it. And then 6 months into it, I had my baby. And it was kind of cool because we didn't have any customers, and we were in this little building that you could open the windows, and so I just brought my baby to work and hung out with her.
In like a little bassinet or something.
Yeah.
Where was the office down?
Oh, it's funny. It was, near Town and Country, there's a car wash.
Yeah.
So it was right behind there, and Healthion had been there before, and they moved out, and they called it the crack house because people were doing drug deals in front of it.
Right next to your baby.
And but the building is not there any longer.
So did you then, did you fundraise for VMware early on, or how did that work? Because I'm interested in what fundraising was like back in,
Well,
1998.
So I'd made money from vExtreme, the streaming video company, from Microsoft, and I always delighted in telling Steve Ballmer and whatnot that they paid for vExtreme. Because it wasn't really a great company for them, because we got in between Intel and Microsoft in the stack, so we disintermediated them a little bit. And so but anyhow, so we had money. So what we did was we did our friends and family, and we only allowed friends and immediate family to do a seed fund.
Okay.
And I held back on how much I put in to kind of be fair to, all the founders. And then we said, okay, let's do an outside just to get some credibility. And this is sort of advice I've always given people is you want to find investors that really deeply understand what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and you want to get rich people that deeply understand what you're doing. And so that's what we did. We got Andy Bechtolsheim and a few other people, John Hennessy.
So how did you know Andy?
Well, we kind of knew him. We were a bunch of, pretty deep engineers, and we were kind of knew the engineers, and Andy's really a phenomenal engineer. And David, his partner, David Sheridan, was a professor at Stanford that I windsurfed with.
Oh, yeah. You windsurfed with him.
He was my windsurfing buddy. And so we just called them up and we told them what we were doing. And yeah, they were seed investors in Google too.
Yeah.
And it took an hour.
Oh my God.
Because they got it. They're like, whoa, yeah.
So was it kind of like that famous Google story where Andy wrote the $100,000 check and said, here you go?
Yeah, we got $300,000.
Oh, even better story. That is so great.
Yeah, he did. He said, I got the checkbooks at my house, and he's like, I'm going to leave it, in my driveway, and I got his address, and I'm like, is this his house? And it was like newspapers all over the driveway, like he hadn't even been there. I'm like, is this really the right? And there was the envelope.
Oh my God. Sorry, I live for this stuff. All these random little details make things so colorful. So then you stayed on after the birth of your daughter.
Then, yeah, it was working so well, and I was having fun. And I convinced my mother to come live with me.
Part of the village to raise.
To help with my daughter. But I brought her with me in fact, she was raised, she's like the same age as VMware. Really interesting. And so I can always remember how old VMware is. And I just brought her everywhere. Like when we got more advanced and I started having customers and partners all over selling all over the world, she went all over the world with me. And then I would just stay at a really high-end hotel and have them hire a really high-end nanny to take care of her and take her around. She just loved it.
Oh, wow. I can imagine a really high-end hotel. Okay, so things are going. Looking back on VMware, were there any mistakes that you made there that you said, gosh, for my next startup, I'm going to be sure not to do this? I'm always interested in
Well, I think
mistakes.
the biggest mistake I made was feeling like it was selfish of me to not sell, because everybody else wanted to, and I was like, thought it would
Your
be
co-founders,
selfish.
or who's
yeah, my
everyone else?
co-founders wanted to sell, and I thought it would be selfish not to, although they would have thanked me had I not. But in hindsight, I'm actually really glad that I ended up leaving VMware, because I probably wouldn't have left, and I had several years with my kids just home with them that I really valued. But which I might not have gotten.
After it was acquired.
Afterwards, yeah.
Did your investors want you to sell? Were you the only one that
Well,
wanted
we
to
didn't
keep
have
going?
VCs. So, we didn't have VCs. So I took money, after we took the money from Andy and David and John, we raised money from Dell. From Dell and a few banks that were wanting to take us public.
Okay, so you were really in control of things,
we were totally in
control,
yeah.
which is obviously the kind of place.
Without having to do the 10-to-1.
So then
10-to-1 voting rights.
You had some time with your kids, and then you joined the board of Google. And
Yeah, right after I left VMware, I joined the board of Intuit, and And then a few years later, I joined the board of Google, yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious, being on these boards of these super successful companies, in addition to running your own super successful company, what kind of things did they have in common or not in common that make them...
I wouldn't say too many companies have much in common with Google.
Yeah, that's true. Well, what is it about?
But anyhow,
some things about
yeah,
either of them
so,
that...
but people, it's about the people. That's what, I mean, certainly in Silicon Valley, everybody focuses on the people, and so maybe it's just across all of Silicon Valley. And, but those are, you know, Intuit and Google, you know, it's funny, they had Bill Campbell in common, kind of, but they were so different, the board meetings and everything. And
were you the only female board?
No, Google, when I joined, had, and still does, Shirley Tillman, who's president of, not anymore, but she was president of Princeton, and then Ann Mather, who still is chair of the audit committee, phenomenal board member. And so I'm the third woman to join that board, which is, it makes a huge difference to have 3 instead of 2. We actually, you know, have conversations in the bathroom.
That's probably very rare. Okay, so in 2012, you started Bebop, and you were very much in stealth mode, right? If I remember, I was saying, like, what are you
Yeah, well,
working
because
on?
it was
Stealth
such a
mode.
big, ambitious, open, you know, sort of investigation, I saw no reason, and there was too much interest. Yeah.
Everyone wanted to know what Diane Green was working on. So what made you, how did you come up with the idea? What made you want to work on this, and sort of how did that one get
Well, I had actually been trying to convince anybody that would listen that they should go start a company to do what Bebop did.
Sounds very familiar. My husband is like that.
Yeah, I really thought, you know, this layer of the stack where you build the applications for the enterprise, you know, because it's so much more complicated where you have multiple users and access controls, and it's really hard to do it well. And I was like, it really needs some attention. And that was sort of the vision.
So you were bugging other people, like, this is great, you really should focus on this, there's a need. So you saw this need. And did you finally say, well, if
Well,
no one else
then
is,
the
I'm
co-founder I found, professor at Stanford, he was like, yeah, let's just do it. And I'm like, well, okay, if you'll do it, I guess I'll do it. And then he didn't stay.
And then he bailed. And then but your husband...
Like, thanks a lot.
Wasn't your husband co-founder?
Well, no, he didn't. He came in after I'd been kind of working on it for a while,
So you
couple
were
years.
like a solo founder.
Well, then I convinced some of my friends from VMware to come in, and I said, oh, we'll just call you a founder.
Okay. So what was it about this?
And they were
area?
great people, and they're still there.
And you had worked with them before.
Yeah,
obviously,
just
so you
phenomenal
had that
people.
relationship.
Yeah.
So what was it that made you think this is an important thing that needs to be worked on? What was missing currently? There weren't good solutions out there?
Well, like, have you ever used some of the...
No.
Has anybody ever used enterprise software? I mean, you know.
It sucks. So it's so broken.
It's, you know, it's layers and layers of clicking through these screens, you know, where really, like, maybe you just talk to Slack. I mean, do you really have to, you know, it's just so convoluted and complex. And for power users, you have to have all this rich functionality. But it doesn't have to be, you know, this layer of screens that, you know, like you can use machine learning and things and know what the person's trying to do and help them do it, and you can automatically fill in everything, and, you know, you can just make it like when you're using it, you're just going, how did it know that's what I was about to do? And it just makes it there for you, and that's what you know, it's just incredible what you can do today that is radically different from what, you know, back when we founded it. I think people are doing that now. I even think Google G Suite is doing it. You know, everybody's doing it more and more now. And especially the phone drove a lot of it, because if you didn't do it on the phone, nobody was going to use it. But back then, it was a lot worse, yeah.
So then what made you decide you're working on this super ambitious plan that you know is it's broken and you're gonna do this? What made you sell to Google?
Well, so one thing was, there were a few things going on. One was that in terms of being on the Alphabet board, by then, no, it was still Google. It was just it was still the Google board. Anyhow, as part of my work on the Google board, I got involved in Google's cloud efforts.
They said, hey, Diane, can we ask you a few questions about this?
And so I really made very good friends with Urs Huszel, who is the guy that he's employee number 8 at Google. He built he's an amazing person and really and I mean, I tell this, he lives near me. We started walking our dogs every Saturday. We became very good friends and talked about, and it was just fascinating. So that was good. And then I was getting to learn all about Google's technology and the AI and the machine learning and just everything that Google has, the maps and the knowledge graphs and so forth. And I realized that if you combine that with what Bebop was doing, it would be pretty special. And I was busy kind of helping them find someone to come in and run Google Cloud. And we worked really hard on that. And
sounds like it.
No, I gave them so many names. I'm like, this is the person, and because I really wasn't interested at all. And
how did they convince you then?
And then I just started, what was a combination of Bebop, both things kind of came. But anyhow, the last person, I thought they were going to hire, I thought the person was great. They decided not to. I thought maybe they weren't googly enough or something. And in hindsight, anyhow, so at that point, I just said, okay, if we can make this work for Bebop. And I talked to everybody at Bebop, to make sure they would be okay with it. And we had just raised a lot of money from A16Z. And Mark had joined my board.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Were they supportive?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't that thrilled, but...
But they weren't gonna...
But they certainly respected what we wanted to do. And it has worked out super well. And I have to say, I'm glad I did it. The cloud is really interesting.
Yeah, tell me about what it's like running the cloud.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, being in the enterprise for so long and seeing what's happening in the cloud it's just, I mean, VMware was like a big sort of mini revolution. This is like a giant revolution in everything, and the enterprise is just moving so fast, and everything's going to be in just a few, maybe 4 clouds or so. There's not going to be that many of them because we spend about $10 billion a year in infrastructure, and so it's not going to get disrupted by a startup unless they invent quantum computing or something. But I mean, it's been invented, but they make it work. But we have a project to make it work too. But make it works actually now, but it's hard to use. It's hard to program, like almost impossible. But it'll get there. Sorry to digress, but
okay.
So anyhow, it's just, because, with mobile and being able to bring all the data together and have the security of the cloud, like our world, you look at these ransomware attacks, I mean, we need more security, and you're going to get it in the cloud. And, you look at something like, you want your OS in the cloud, updated constantly and tiny and monitored, and it's like Gmail, we over 1.2 billion users, so we can see everything going on and respond immediately, and we can be constantly vigilant, and you just, that kind of security you can get in the cloud isn't available to a company. And then, the advanced technologies are there. So everybody's going to move to the cloud. And then once you have that scale, what you can build because of what you're seeing, is kind of revolutionary. So it's fascinating.
Oh, wow. We're running, we have one second. I have to ask one last question, even though we've just run out of time. If you could warn first-time founders about a mistake that they're going to make, what might it be?
You might not make any mistakes.
Oh, everyone makes mistakes. What
Well,
should
I
they
don't like
avoid?
to say you're
What
going to
should
make a
sort of
mistake.
learn the hard way. What's something they might learn the hard way that if you tell them about, maybe they'll try to avoid that?
Well, one thing I was listening to all these incredible answers that people were giving to this question. So one thing I didn't, and they were all great, the one thing I didn't hear people talk about was sort of your board of directors, which I think is, I mean, it can be something you manage or it can be something that helps you. And you really want to try and have a board that you don't have to manage, but that helps you. Like at VMware, I was able to select my board. We don't have time to go into the story of how I did it, how I pulled it together, but I picked the people that really had the unique kind of expertise I wanted. And then my board meetings, I never wrote slides. I just wrote a document. And it had a few metrics about how we were doing, if we were doing well, but the whole rest of it was things I was worried about or trying to figure out. And so I had a board that I could trust so much that I could just say, look, here's the things I'm wrestling with, let's talk about it.
And I don't have to impress you at first with all
I never
this
tried to impress
stuff.
any of them. Yeah.
Okay, so the board, and how, so are there any, is there any advice on selecting those people? It's just people that
Well,
you
like I'll
felt you
give an
trusted,
example
or-
of what I did. I decided, so because we sat between the Intel hardware and the Microsoft operating system, they were both monopolies. And so it was a little bit sobering. And so I'm like, wow, we got to do all these deals and we got to struggle with Intel and Microsoft and I wanted to do all these partnerships with the hardware vendor, big companies like IBM. So I thought I need someone that's really seen a lot of deals and knows how to structure a deal. And at the time, Larry Sonsini was the managing partner at Wilson Sonsini. He was, I remember, on the cover of American Lawyer or something as the ultimate power broker and everything. Anyhow, I decided that was who I needed on my board. And we don't have time where I'd go into, it was a really, fun little vignette when I got him to join my board, but that was the example. So when I went into him, I explained to him why I needed him and what I was doing.
And why you were specifically
Because when I walked into his office and said I wanted him on my board, he said, well, I'm pretty busy getting off boards.
and there's a long
but then I showed him how what he knew how to do was unique, and he had no idea who I was, and what he knew was a unique fit to what I was trying to do.
And you got him to say yes. You
And
closed the deal.
Well, it was really funny because he's like, okay, well, I'll think about it, kind of thing. It was a Friday late, and I came in Monday morning, and I got in at 7 a.m., and my phone was already, and I'd been in on Sunday, so my phone was lit up, back then before cell phones. And I listened, he goes, hello, Diane, or I can't mimic him, but anyhow, he said, I'm inclined to join your board. And I'm like, what does inclined mean? And he goes, I'll join.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, we'll end on that happy note.
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
see you later. I'm gonna stay out here. So awesome. So I think I'm staying out here because we're doing a panel. Should I sit here?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So I'm really excited to introduce you to all the, not all, but many of the incredible women that I get to work with every day. These are the partners of Y Combinator. And so, yeah. So I would love for, we're going to be answering some of the questions that you sent us. And so I'd love for each of you to introduce yourselves, and then we'll just jump in. Kirsty.
Okay, shall I stop? Okay, hi again, everyone. I'm Kirsty Nathu. I'm the CFO here at Y Combinator, and I've been involved with YC now since 2010, so seen it go through a lot of changes.
I'm Carolyn Levy. I'm partner and general counsel at Y Combinator, and I've been here for about 5 years.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anu Hariharan. I'm a partner at Y Combinator's Continuity Fund. I joined YC last year. The Continuity Fund is fairly new. We invest primarily in growth stage companies and help with company building at scale.
Hi, my name is Adora Chung. I'm a partner at YC, one of the group partners, meaning I work directly with the startups. I've been here for about a year now, a little over a year. And I went through YC myself in 2010, I guess when Kirsty started.
Yep.
I'm Jessica Livingston. I'm a co-founder of YC.
And I'm Kat, and I've been at YC for about 4 years now, and started out as the first director of outreach, so meant working with a lot of potential applicants like you guys. All right, let's just dive into the questions. So how much industry experience do you typically recommend founders have?
Zero.
Zero.
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, actually, I think for biotech, it's pretty important that the founder have industry experience, but not true for other.
Well, also it's how do you interpret that question? Because in my talk earlier, I said that ideas grow organically out of founders' lives, and usually they're working in some given industry and they're an expert in it, and they say, gosh, this aspect is totally broken. I know how to fix it. And so we love funding people with domain expertise, I guess.
Yeah, usually these people have been in the industry for just a little bit, not too long, so that they are so entrenched in it that they don't know how to fix it or know how to build to fix it. But yeah. I mean,
Just long enough to kind of experience the problem and say, like, this is insane, I have to fix it.
Right.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I think at YC I've seen folks that have had zero industry experience in something that they're launching, and then some folks that have had many years. So I guess it really just depends. But there's no simple answer to that
There's no
question.
simple answer. I don't think Drew Houston had a whole lot of experience in storage when he got frustrated because he'd left his talk, back, and he was on the bus to New York.
So here's a stats question. What percentage of applications have a female co-founder? Or what percentage of, I guess the overall population are women? So I'll take this one.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I obsess over the stats. Right now we're seeing about 13% of the founders that apply to YC are women. And so I just want to let that sink in because I want that to be closer to 50% of the population of people applying. Thank you. And then, so about 23% of the companies have a female founder. And there are very, very few companies that apply that are, female-only teams. And so I would love to see more of that as well. What is a myth about starting startups or about YC that you wish you could dispel?
I cannot answer that question.
There are so
I'm going to
many.
have to write an
So
essay
many.
on that one.
Yeah. I'll probably start with that, and you all can fill in. I think, especially because I joined YC only a year ago, and I remember after going through all the interview process, and I'm super excited about having gotten the offer when I was talking to other people, and what are some of the myths that I think now that I've spent a year I can say. So one is, I think it's a myth that we don't invest in non-technical founders. We do.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other myth is that we don't invest in solo founders. I think we encourage having co-founders for various reasons, but there is no strict rule that says it's an absolute no. And the third thing, which actually really surprised me, because I had never thought that in my head, is that YC has no women. So, and when I went through the interview process, I actually met
Or doesn't have a women founder.
Founder, yes. So I think that that's, that I never had that doubt, especially because I had met all of them through the interview experience, and now that I've worked at YC for almost a year, I can certainly say with conviction that, women play a central role in every decision in YC.
Thank you. I get frustrated because I feel like women often get written out of a lot of stories, right? I mean, this is a thing that we've seen time and time again. And I was just telling someone this morning about this. Back when I started at YC, all these reporters would write about YC, and they would refer to Jessica as like Paul Graham's wife, right?
I was only described
if you're
as Paul Graham's wife.
in YC, you know that Jessica's a founder of YC, right? And it's such bullshit. And it was like that she like is like half of the operating part of YC, and so it would just frustrate us internally. And then yesterday a story came out that referenced Jessica as co-founder. There was no mention of wife or anything, and I was like, progress! Like I was just so thrilled that you were given like your due.
There was some article that came out that said Paul Graham, Jessica Livingston's husband. I almost had a heart attack. I don't remember which one it was, but I remember, oh, look at this. We laughed. Can I say something on the whole myth thing? Because there are too many for me to even address, and some I get very emotional about. But when I hear things like people come up and say, oh, but you don't fund solo founders, like it breaks my heart. What I'd love for just people who would like to give us a chance is to say, okay, I've read a lot of these articles. I think this is the case. Let me make sure. Let me just ask if that's true with someone who went through YC and see what their experience was like. So that's my only request. If you do come across a myth that you think is true, remember there's always several sides to a story and not to believe everything you read on Twitter or in the press.
You know, actually, I just want to say one thing. Even after we fund solo female founders, they still don't believe it. I was having a dinner with one of our female founders from last winter, and she said to me, why did you guys fund me? And I'm like, what a weird question. What do you mean, why did we fund you? She's like, well, I'm female, I don't have a co-founder. I was like, seriously? It was like 4 weeks into the program, and she was still doubting. It was depressing a little bit, but.
There's a question that this actually nicely dovetails into, is that, you know, YC has funded non-technical founders and sometimes even non-technical solo founders. What was it about those founders when they applied and interviewed at YC that impressed you and, you know, I guess convinced everyone?
For me, it's they have a clear vision of what they want to build, and they have a clear roadmap of how to get there step by step. And they understand that today maybe I lack a technical co-founder, but I know how to hack my way into those next steps. Another good indication is if you've been a product manager or head of like a PM somewhere, and you've worked with a lot of engineers and you've directed and orchestrated product building before, I think that's a really good historical reference to that you can build product without needing a technical co-founder.
I think it depends on the kind of product as well. Not all products that get built need to have super technical founders. And as long as you have, like you say, the language to be able to understand what takes a long time, what doesn't, to be able to talk to engineers, to be able to set out the product, then that's what's needed. And not all founders have to be deeply, deeply technical.
And lastly, I'll just wrap this up. There is no one type of founder we fund. That we never say never about anything. There are just so many different things we do. So I wouldn't want anyone to think YC never funds blank, because that's not true.
Okay, does YC fund and work with later stage companies? Do you want me to kick that over to you?
Yeah, sure. So yes, we do. So the YC Continuity Fund that was launched 2 years ago, our primary goal is to really help support the companies in the growth stage. So we do invest in companies in the later stage. At that stage, what we're really looking for is, has the company sort of figured out its product market fit, and they're really raising money for scale. And many of the activities that we help in that stage is really with company building, right? Because the early stage program does a fantastic job of really helping you figure out how to get to product market fit. And really, you're just starting in the initial phase of the company, which is 1 to 10 employees or 20. But when you get to 30 people and you're scaling now to 100 or 200 or even 500 people, the problems are different. Your job as a CEO changes. So we help along with a lot of elements in that phase.
I think it's also coming back to the idea of myths, that people make up their own myths about Y Combinator bear no resemblance to anything. And so they convince themselves that I'm too early for Y Combinator or I'm too late for Y Combinator. And again, there's no too early and there's no too late. We fund companies at all stages. And so people make our decisions for us by not applying. Let us make that decision.
Okay, next question is, what advice do you have for a mom who wants to start a company? Do you want some of the moms
Be prepared
want
to
take
have
that?
another baby, because that's what startups are like. That's what I always think when I'm talking to founders. I think, God, this sounds like having another kid, because they take that much work. So that's the way I would think about it. Like, it's like having more kids.
I actually asked Diane Green this at our first female founders conference when she came to spoke. I was backstage with her, and I said, "How did you do this?" Because I, at this point, had my two children. One was just a baby, and I was struggling a little bit. It's a lot of work to juggle everything. And I said, "How did you run VMware and have kids while you were doing all that?" And she gave me some good advice, which was she really made an effort to outsource a lot of things that didn't have to do with specifically her children. So she had a gardener, she had someone who came in to clean her house and did all these things because she couldn't do everything, so outsource the stuff that can be done by someone else. I used Instacart all the time, religiously. My God, anything that could be delivered, I had delivered. Save me a drive to the grocery store, drive wherever. And so I always appreciated that advice because it seems reasonable, but I hadn't really implemented it.
Yeah, I would say, if you're really passionate about something, do it. It doesn't matter. The timing is never right. There is no perfect time to start something. 3 years ago, I met Nicole Shariath-Farb. She started a company, and I actually met her because she was pitching her startup to us at the time. And I had just delivered a baby at that time, and I thought my life was crazy. And so I finished the pitch meeting, and I told her, "Nicole, my kid is really sick. Is it okay if I get back to you in 2 days?" And she understood. And she never mentioned anything. I later got to know that she had just delivered twins 2 days after my kid. And I was like, wow, what was I thinking, right? So I just think that, there are a lot of women who I have seen, quite a few, it's not in mass numbers, but who, at least in recent years, I've seen, there's no right time, and you cannot wait for the perfect time. So if you are really committed, and that is the thing you want to work, go do it.
There's actually a really good example backstage, the Proven founders. So we just accepted this batch, and when they interviewed us, I had no clue, but they were both pregnant. And so they're hobbling backstage, hustling and talking to people and trying to get users for their product, but they're pregnant, but they're doing it. So if you're passionate about it, you can.
How far apart are their due dates?
I think 1 month.
That will probably be hectic.
They said they're going to share babysitters, they're going to share everything, so we'll see.
So next question is, if you're working on a side project, at what point would you feel comfortable going full-time on it? When should you bail out of your job or think about taking time off school?
I think there's two pieces to that. One is you feel like you're ready to go all in, obviously, and it's getting some traction. That's a good sign. Two is, financial concerns. So if you have low personal burn, this is why really young people start startups probably more than maybe older folks. But if you're in a financially good place to take off for a year, that's probably a good place to start.
And I'd say try to focus full-time as soon as you can, if it's okay with you financially. Try to do it sooner than later. We always say, you got to burn the boat before you can really make the kind of progress you can. But then again, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, because a lot of times I say, don't quit your job. If you're thinking of starting a startup, work on something on the side and see how it goes. But the point is, once it starts getting a little traction, the sooner you can focus full-time, the better, obviously, it is for that company.
And I really liked what Morgan had said. While she was working at Intuit, she'd started, the first version of Blavity, and then there was that moment where, she'd started to build, an audience, but also was so passionate it just pulled her out. I thought that was pretty cool.
It's also one of the reasons why YC exists, because you can, if you're ready, come apply, get in, you can quit your job.
It's a forcing function.
So here's a question about investors. So this person says, I'm told much of the small talk that investors do is really a disguised way of identifying distractions. So specifically when investors ask about your kids or your social life, is that just a way that they're trying to identify red flags? And what's the best way to handle those questions or handle this like casual seeming chit chat?
You have a good answer for this.
Okay, I can take it. I mean, it's not just, I think the question is actually broader than investor. I actually started my career as an engineer and went to the East Coast and then came back to Silicon Valley. So I've gotten this question many times, meaning when I was married, they wanted to know if I was on mommy track. I had a baby 10 years later. And, when I was pregnant, it was like, am I going to quit? And now that I have a child, sometimes, there are questions around how much time I can give. But to be honest, if you pick the right work setting, you don't run into that. Right? But how do you handle these questions? One, if these questions are with an intention of they're trying to find distractions, it's a red flag. You may not want to work with that person because they truly don't understand where you come from and how committed you are to doing what you're doing. So in those cases, if someone asked me about staffing on a project and whether I was going to be pregnant, I would just, and if I felt that it was an uncomfortable question because they're trying to figure it out, I just asked, openly, why is it a concern? And often when you put people on the spot, they sometimes give it to you as is. And one of these managers had told me, well, I'm a little concerned because this project is really intense, so I just want to be sure. And I just responded, I knew the situation, so I just said, look, I won't be signing up for this if I didn't know I could do it. And that was enough to shut the problem aside and move on. So I think it depends on the situation. Some of them I do think maybe they're just asking just to get to know you, and that's sort of their way to break the ice. You have to tease apart why the question came. But if you sense that they're doing this because they want to figure out if there's your distraction, just ask them openly. And that has always worked for me. And more often, after a few years, there was a joke within our firm, nobody would ever ask me that question. So that's another way to do that.
There's a flip side to this, which is that I think we have heard from some founders married co-founders, that they didn't disclose to investors that they were married, and then it kind of went on for too long, and then they didn't actually know when to disclose it without it being super awkward. So that's something to navigate as well. I don't know what the exact right answer is there, but that can come up. So it's probably best to sort of be upfront about some of this stuff. Kind of depends, but you don't want to hide the ball on this stuff because it can get awkward later.
Yeah, I think what Laura was saying in her talk about transparency and being really transparent with investors is important because that's, she was saying that she hopes that, she expects the same from them. They'll be honest with her. And so I think probably it's best to bring up sooner than later. And if they don't, invest in married couples, then forget them, right? But most of the investors I've talked to are not concerned by that. They just want to know. Right, I guess. So we only have a couple minutes left. So one question is, who are your mentors? And what is there anything, I guess, really quick that they've taught you that stuck with you?
I'll go first. I think that I don't have a specific mentor that I can point to, and it kind of makes me laugh, this question, because when I was at the law firm where I worked before Y Combinator, I was in a women's group, and we endlessly debated the whole topic of mentorship because there's this whole debate, should it be organic or should you connect people? And all we did was talk about it. But I didn't actually have a specific mentor, but I realized I learned a lot of stuff from every single one of my colleagues. I continue to learn from my colleagues at YC. And one of my biggest takeaways that I've learned from my colleagues is customer service. And that applies in the legal world as well as everywhere else. Always give good customer service. Always put your client, customer, whatever it is, first.
Yeah. It's kind of hard, I guess, when doing what we're doing, which is such an unusual thing, that a lot of, you kind of pick pieces of information up from lots of different people, and it's all pieces of a jigsaw that you piece together. But definitely the people that we work with is
I'm the same way. I
thing.
pick up different things from different people, and I just have this patchwork quilt of like fabulous lessons that I've learned from people. And when the dinners are going on at YC and there's a founder telling their story, I am listening just as intently as all the founders in the group. I mean, I learned so much from the people that come through the doors of YC and my colleagues.
When I was starting my startup, when I first came to Silicon Valley, there were some people that were influential and helped me along the way. So my former boss at the first startup, Max Levchin, he helped me a lot. And he in fact funded part of my startup, then Paul Graham, of course. But I would say, in terms of running my startup and like someone to talk to on a weekly or even monthly basis, I didn't have that person, and I wish I did. And I wish I had seeked that person out, I guess. And I think it's helpful to have someone who's not your investor, who you're not related to, who's not your friend per se, like a personal friend who you can talk to about these things and bounce ideas off of.
Do you have any tips for folks looking for those people?
Finding those people? So I didn't find one, so I guess.
This is the debate. This is debate.
Yeah.
Let's debate. How do you find the person? It's tough because you do want it to be organic, right, to some extent. But I think for me, some of the most important like recurring people in my life have been advocates. So like not just mentors, but people have always advocated for me. I think I used to work with Alexis Ohanian, the founder of Reddit. He's always been like a cheerleader, like a supporter. But I think I would say the same thing. I pick up a lot from everyone I work with, especially you guys, and then also the founders that come in. I'm constantly learning, and then I also, as their companies grow, I also learn as they kind of share their experience with me. So I guess we are out of time, and so I hope you've learned as much as we have learned today, listening to the founders here. And
Thank you for coming,
ladies. I'm excited to see all of you apply. And I want to ask you guys just one more quick favor. We want to bring all the ladies who work at YC up on stage. Can you come up? And we want to take a photo with you. So we're going to have a photographer come out, and then if you guys don't mind being in the background of our photo, we'd love to take a photo with all of us.
Cool.
We'll turn around this way. But yes, I also want to just like a round of applause for all the women that work at YC.
Which is not even all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Okay. This will be brief.
And how about a round of applause for Dom?
Yeah.
Dominique. She's
Dom who set up
run
the
whole
event.
thing.
Okay. Get up here, ladies.
We're facing
this way. Yes, we're facing this way first, and then everyone is going to be in a photo.
Everyone turns around? Oh.
Let's do it quickly because people are probably anxious to get out of here. Okay.
All right. And if everyone wants to, if you want to, like, should they come this way? Okay.
Okay. We're losing patience. We're losing patience.
Okay. So we're gonna face this way, and do you want everyone to like crowd around if they can? Yeah, right. Get up on the stage, ladies. Well, we'll just what's up? How you doing? This is.
I'm not sure this is the greatest idea.
It'll be fun.
Maybe we can crouch down and then he can come.
Yeah.